Chapter 296. A dazzling white light suddenly erupted from a small Taoist temple located in the midst of a mountain range. Two Taoist priests stood respectfully beside the spell formation. After the white light faded, 8 cultivators began to appear in this world. The cultivator in the lead was riding on a huge white dog, and his aura was vast and majestic. Junior Li Changshan. Junior Liu. Welcome, immortal ambassadors. The 2 Taoist priests immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the 8 cultivators, and Lin breathed in the familiar air as he rode on by. No need for formalities. Go and do what you need to do. I'll take care of everything else. The 2 Taoist priests immediately retreated. They only knew that immortal ambassadors would be coming here, but they didn't have the right to know what they were going to do. So this is Earth? The spiritual energy here is indeed a little sparse, but the difference isn't that big. This was the first time Hu Guan had descended into the mortal world, and he was very curious about the things on Earth. At this moment, only 2 people impatiently pulled out their phones. One was Lin, and the other was Lu Qianhuan, and Lin opened the navigation app. We're currently in a remote county in the Gui province. There's a world of difference between the Heavenly Lake and the Heavenly Lake. Lu Qianhuan blinked her bright purple eyes in astonishment. My God, there are 10 new heroes? I feel like I've been abandoned by time. It's been 3 years. I wonder how my old friends are doing now, a scholarly man said with a smile. He was Tang Shimin, a 4th-year student. Thinking back, he had descended into the mortal world for the first time, and he had made some friends in the mortal world. And Lin also came to a realization upon hearing Tang Shimin's words. He opened WeChat, which he hadn't used in a long time, and entered the Cultivators of the World Unite to Protect Earth group chat. Most of the names in the group were familiar, but there seemed to be a dozen or so more people in the group, so they were most likely newcomers. Right now, someone was shouting in the group, Green River Sword Immortal. The members of the Dark Sorcery cult have all hidden themselves in the 5-colored mountain. The protective spell formation is too powerful for us to break. Tian Lingling, I'm so angry. Is there anyone else in the group to help? Those bastards have raised hundreds of human goo. They are simply heartless. We can't let them continue to live. Crack shot clairvoyant. Even Green River Sword Immortal can't break that protective formation, so there's nothing we can do to help. I'm afraid we'll have to ask the leaders of the 4 great sects for help. Golden Jade, I'll go ask. When Lin saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. This was forcing him to show his divinity in front of the masses. Just like that, an account that had been silent for almost 2 years suddenly popped up. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Tian Lingling, send me your coordinates, I'll help you. The group of cultivators that had just been chatting fervently suddenly fell silent. 10 seconds later, Tian Lingling exclaimed, F***CK. Crackshot clairvoyant, holy shit. Green River Sword Immortal, F***CK. Atomic Bomb Fairy, F***CK. What's going on? Calm Celestial Maiden, am I seeing things? Golden Jade, did he come back to life? The Savior, did someone hack your account? The entire group of cultivators instantly erupted in an uproar. Countless lurking cultivators popped up as if they had all been given a fright. Fake Taoist priest Little N. Fake Taoist priest Little N. I've only been gone for 2 years. Do you guys have to go so far? Tian Lingling was extremely excited. Fake Taoist priest. It's really you? I'll send you my coordinates right away. Soon, a set of coordinates appeared in the group chat. Taoist Woodnox. Mr. Lin, do you have the confidence to break through that protective formation? That's a spell formation that even Green River Sword Immortal of the Spirit Nurturing Intermediate Stage couldn't break through. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The Savior said, Woodnox, have you forgotten about the battle in Tibet? Dreamy Voice Fairy. Haha, the Poison Lord is finally going to show his might. At this moment, many cultivators in the group started to praise Enlin. After all, that battle was truly an earth-shattering event. It was a battle that countless cultivators revered as a legend. White Spirit Snake. Ah, seniors, who is this senior, fake, Taoist priest little and you guys are talking about? A newbie who had just joined the group was extremely curious upon seeing that the group was suddenly in an uproar. Furthermore, it was all because of a cultivator that he had never seen before. Crackshot Clairvoyant. Haha, little white snake, you've just joined the group, so you don't know about our hidden god. Let me tell you about him. Soon, as Crackshot Clairvoyant recounted one story after another, the newbie White Spirit Snake was completely stunned by fake Taoist priest's feats. After receiving Tian Lingling's coordinates, Enlin called out to his team to practice. Enlin, let's go, I'll take you guys to meet the evil cultivators on Earth. Tang Shimin. Haha, I've been wanting to exercise for a long time. I hope they won't disappoint me. Lu Qianhuan. Hurry up and do what you need to. I still have to go to the internet cafe. Yao Mingxi and Huguan. I'll go wherever Big Brother and points to. Su Qianyun blushed slightly. Classmate and Lin, I won't talk to anyone else later. Su Xiaolan and Shenyuan Cheng were old teammates, so they naturally wouldn't object. Thus, the 7 of them hurried to the 5-Color Mountain under Enlin's lead. The 5-Color Mountain was a famed mountain in the Jian province, and it was over 200 kilometers away from their current location. 200 kilometers seemed like a long distance, but for cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage, it would take them less than an hour to get there. Riding atop Dubai, Enlin opened his phone again and looked at the cultivator group chat. There was a WeChat friend request from White Spirit Snake with a message, Senior Poison Lord, you're so handsome. I worship you so much. Enlin silently ignored this message. This was clearly a hardcore fan, so there was no way he would accept this friend request. Otherwise, he would be harassed every day. Fake Taoist priest Littlin. Tian Lingling, I'll be there in half an hour. Tian Lingling instantly replied, All right, we're currently guarding the perimeter of the spell formation. However, the dark sorcery cult seems to have sent reinforcements as well. Hurry up, otherwise we'll be in trouble when their reinforcements arrive. Fake Taoist priest Littlin. No problem. Once my army arrives, we'll crush them all. Tian Lingling sent a disdainful emoji and didn't say anything else. On the 5-Colored Mountain in the Gui province, a 5-colored mist barrier enshrouded the entire mountain. A man in a flowing green robe stood with a sword strapped to his back, and he looked at the spell formation with a grave expression. A young girl with short, chestnut-colored hair put down her phone and picked up her walkie-talkie. Attention all cultivators, reinforcements from the dark sorcery cult could be on their way. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Big Sister Lingling, are you sure this reinforcements will be fine? We're betting our lives on this. A feminine voice sounded from the other side of the walkie-talkie. Tian Lingling pursed her lips slightly. He's probably quite capable. He'll erupt with power from time to time. If he's in his normal state, he'll probably be a little more powerful than me. Wow, that's a relief. The woman on the other side of the walkie-talkie heaved a sigh of relief. With Tian Lingling's proud personality, if she said he was a little more powerful, then he was definitely a lot more powerful. Meanwhile, within the 5-Colored Mountain, a dozen or so cultivators in colorful robes were staring nervously at the man at the very center. This was the sect leader of the dark sorcery cult, Jiangpeng. Sect leader, how much longer until the fire poison cult arrives? An elder couldn't help but ask. A sinister smile appeared on Jiangpeng's face. Don't worry, the fire poison cult is just nearby. They'll be here in 10 minutes at most. At that time, we'll kill our way out in one go and attack from both sides. We'll kill all those cultivators who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. All of the cultivators were reinvigorated upon hearing this. They had been chased by the human cultivators outside the mountain for a long time. The main reason for this was that Green River Sword Immortal was too powerful for Jiang Peng to handle on his own. However, if the fire poison cult arrived, then the situation would be different. One had to realize that the sect leader of the fire poison cult was also a powerful cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage. If the two of them combined forces, they might really be able to annihilate these cultivators. Soon, Jiang Peng's eyes lit up. In the distance, a man with flames and poisonous mist swirling around his body was approaching them with a menacing aura. Behind him were a dozen or so cultivators in red robes with powerful auras. Ha ha ha, the fire poison cult is here. Let's slaughter our way out and kill all of those cultivators. Jiang Peng raised his arm and yelled. The morale of the surrounding cultivators soared as they cheered along with him. Tian Lingling and Green River Sword Immortal also sensed the threat behind them, and their expressions shifted. Crap. The dark sorcery cult reinforcements have arrived first. They want to surround us and kill us. Tian Lingling pulled out a few talismans with an indignant expression on her face. She was already prepared to fight to the death. However, right at this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly stirred. A huge white dog descended from the sky, and the dozen or so cultivators on the ground were all flattened into the ground by its powerful gusts of wind. Who's there? The only one standing was a man enshrouded in flames and poisonous mist. He looked up into the sky and yelled in shock. However, what greeted him was a black arc of light. In the next instant, Lin had already appeared behind him, and he brandished his sword before sheathing it in a graceful manner. Blood splattered through the air as the sect leader of the fire poison cult collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open. He's clearly not a good person. Let's kill him first. And Lin shook his head before turning to a young woman with short, chestnut-colored hair and waving a hand in greeting. Hi, Loli Tian, I made it in time, right? Tian Lingling's eyes widened with incredulity. The fire poison cult, one of the major sects of the Southwest, had been annihilated in a single clash. The sect leader of the spirit nurturing stage had been slain by Lin with a single sword strike. The young woman couldn't help but swear. Holy F asterisk CK. Fake Taoist priest. How did you become so powerful? Chapter 297. Hee, I've always been very strong, okay? And Lin flipped his hair and made his way toward Tian Lingling. He looked at her delicate features and her petite figure and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sigh, why haven't you grown taller after 2 years? Wah, fake Taoist priest, don't you know how to speak? Tian Lingling immediately exploded upon hearing this. She didn't even care how Lin had become so strong as she threw a series of small fists at Lin. An expression of disappointment appeared on Dabai's face. Big brother is this the beautiful woman you met on Earth? Are you blind or am I blind? Woof! Tian Lingling was a little dazed as she looked at the huge white dog beside her. Dabai spoke in the language of beasts, so there was no need for translation. Wah! Even your beast pet is slandering me. What are you trying to do? She had never been scolded by a dog before, and she punched Lin even harder now. And Lin! Green River Sword Immortal laughed heartily upon seeing Lin and made his way over to him. Mr. Lin, thank you for your assistance. You're welcome, we're old friends. And Lin waved a hand. At this moment, the 7 cultivators behind him also descended from the sky. These students didn't conceal their auras, and all of them emanated a vast and profound aura, giving off a sense of invincibility. Haha, these are the reinforcements I've called for. We're your enemies. They just so happen to want to practice. And Lin laughed heartily as he spoke to Green River Sword Immortal. Green River Sword Immortal's eyelids twitched, and he wanted to throw up blood. 8 spirit nurturing stage reinforcements? Holy F asterisk CK. Just one in Lin was enough to crush the fire poison sect, and now there were 8? This was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Tian Lingling was also given a fright. She didn't think that Enlin would bring a bunch of spirit nurturing stage cultivators here to practice. How were they supposed to practice with only the dark sorcery sect left? Spit on each of them. The dark sorcery sect cultivators on the 5-color mountain had also pissed their pants. Holy F asterisk CK. Where did these cultivators come from? Jiang Peng's legs went soft as he stared blankly at the 8 cultivators in the distance. The reinforcements from the fire poison cult had finally arrived, and they were prepared to charge out together and start a massacre. But in the blink of an eye, the fire poison cult was annihilated by a single person. Then 7 spirit nurturing stage cultivators arrived as reinforcements. How to fight? What was there left for him to fight? Soon, the spirit nurturing stage cultivators outside surrounded them. Quick, defend with all your might. Activate the formation to the maximum. Jiang Peng shouted for the cultivators to activate the array formation. At the same time, he made a call to the group chat. This was a group called Poison, Poison, Poison. Black Sorcerer King. Fellow cultivators, I've been besieged by 9 spirit nurturing stage cultivators on the 5-colored mountain. How can I break free? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Soon the group was in an uproar. The centipede sage. Holy F asterisk CK, Black Sorcerer King. Did you not check the almanac before you left? 9 spirit nurturing stage cultivators are coming to kill you? Taoist Copper Corpse. What kind of heartless thing did you do? Tears streamed down the Black Sorcerer King's face. Let's not talk about that. Tell me how to break free. I'm going to die. Enlightened Silver Corpse. Didn't the Fire Poison King go to save you? Black Sorcerer King. The Fire Poison King had just arrived with his followers when he was insta-killed by one of the cultivators outside. The Centipede Sage. Enlightened Bronze Corpse. Enlightened Silver Corpse. Taoist Crimson Snake. Jiang Peng was about to throw up blood at the sight of a bunch of ellipses, and he hurriedly typed a message. Black Sorcerer King. Fellow cultivators, please give me some advice. I'm really going to die. Clang. The chat window on his phone suddenly disappeared. System notification. Taoist Crimson Snake has removed you from the Poison chat group. Jiang Peng. Boom. All of a sudden, the mountain protection formation collapsed. What's going on? There wasn't even a single violent collision. How did the formation collapse? Jiang Peng exclaimed in shock. I don't know. Sect leader, it seems like one of the formation cores has been destroyed. The other cultivators were already pale with fright, and they stared blankly at the cultivators flying toward them. Jiang Peng didn't say anything else and immediately fled into the distance with all his might. The anguished cries of the dark sorcerer cultivators sounded from behind him. 3 breaths later, a steady voice suddenly sounded from behind him. You're a powerful, evil cultivator from the mortal world? Do you want to fight me? Jiang Peng was given a huge fright upon hearing this voice. He hastily turned his head and saw that 4 cultivators had already flown to his left, right up and down. Why don't you pick one? The other black-robed man with a cold expression spoke as he looked at him. Jiang Peng was about to cry, F asterisk CK, pick one? Do I even have a choice? 10,000 bug devour. Jiang Peng's body shuddered, and a thick black mist swept forth in all directions like a tidal wave. This was his trump card. The thick black mist was formed from countless bloodthirsty voodoo insects. These were terrifying insects that could even devour vital energy, and normal cultivators would die upon contact with them. Holy F asterisk CK, they're still farting. The 4 cultivators immediately distanced themselves from him after a loud yell. Jiang Peng didn't even have a chance to heave a sigh of relief before a peerless sword projection of 100 feet in length struck his body. Immediately afterward, flames, lightning cannons, flying swords, boom! Colorful balls of light erupted in the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. After the fireworks, the sky became clear again. As for the Black Sorcerer King, he had already been reduced to a puff of smoke. Tang Shimin heaved a faint sigh. So it's over after just one attack. Hu Guan was also a little dissatisfied. The main thing is that we've all gathered together. If we fight one at a time, we should be able to exchange a few blows. Xian Yuancheng and Yao Mingxi also felt bored, and they silently returned to the five-colored mountain. And Lin rode on Dabai with his chest puffed out and his head held high in the center of a group of cultivators. Not bad, fake Taoist priest. I didn't think you'd have a spirit-nurturing, final-stage beast pet. Tian Lingling was extremely excited as she stroked Dabai's soft white fur. It felt so good, even better than the best toys. She couldn't stop stroking it. Little girl, please don't do such a perverted thing to me, woof. Dabai glared at Tian Lingling and stuck out his tongue in displeasure. Tian Lingling rolled her eyes and ignored Dabai's words as she continued stroking Dabai's fur. It's so soft and warm. And Lin, we finished our business here. How about you accompany me to the internet cafe? Lu Qianhuan made her way to Lin's side with a dainty smile on her face. Oi, don't forget what we're here for. The Shouyang tomb is going to open in 7 days, so don't get in the way, and Lin spoke with a solemn expression. All right. Then I won't drag you down with me. I'll go have some fun on my own for 4 or 5 days. See you at the Changbai Mountain Heavenly Lake. Lu Qianhuan waved a hand before stepping onto her staff and rising into the air. Bye. And Lin, fake Taoist priest, you don't seem to be very authoritative as a team leader, Tian Lingling teased. Classmate and Lin, I'm going to visit a few friends in the mortal world anyway. See you at Changbai Mountain in 5 days. Tang Shimin also came to bid farewell. I'm going to look for Huang Shanshan to trade for a few more weapons. We'll keep in touch by phone. Xian Yuancheng also came to pat Lin on the shoulder before departing. Haha. Then I'll take classmate Su Qianyan to see the beauty and culture of the mortal world as well. Su Xiaolan latched onto Su Qianyan's hand and bade farewell to Lin. And Lin massaged his brows with a resigned expression. All right, everyone can do whatever you want now. We'll all gather at the Changbai Mountain Heavenly Lake in 5 days. No, big brother I'll follow you wherever you go. Yao Mingxi spoke with a scorching light in his eyes. I'll never abandon you. Hu Guan also spoke in a sincere manner, and Lin almost blacked out. CK, all the girls had left, but these 2 guys were sticking to him? Go, get out of here. I don't want you to follow me. And Lin roared. PFFF. Ha ha ha. Tian Lingling couldn't help but clutch her stomach as she burst into laughter. Fake Taoist priest. It's been 2 years since we last saw each other. Who would have thought that you'd be so popular with men? And Lin's expression darkened, and he finally managed to chase these 2 retarded fans away after much persuasion. Green River Sword Immortal and the other cultivators from the dark sorcery cult also departed, leaving only Lin and Tian Lingling behind. Why are you still here? And Lin blinked as he looked toward Tian Lingling with curiosity in his eyes. A faint blush appeared on Tian Lingling's delicate features. It's been 2 years since we last saw each other. I just wanted to chat with you more. And Lin's lips twitched. If it weren't for the fact that your hand is constantly stroking Dabai, I would almost believe you. Dabai, Tian Lingling. Chapter 298. All the cultivators of the world unite to protect Earth Group. Green River Sword Immortal. It's done. The scourge of the voodoo cult has been wiped out. Golden Jade. Fellow Taoist and Lin made a move. Green River Sword Immortal. That's right. He also brought along 7 spirit nurturing stage cultivators as reinforcements. Crackshot Clairvoyant. What the F asterisk CK, that's crazy. Green River Sword Immortal, that's right. The Dark Sorcery Cult and its reinforcements, the Fire Poison Cult, were all insta-killed. I just watched from the side. I don't know why, but I felt uncomfortable all over. Calm Fairy, because the head isn't yours. Atomic Bomb Fairy, Big Sister is right. Taoist Wooden Ox, +1 Green River Sword Immortal. At this time, Tian Lingling posted a selfie in the group. In the image, she was holding a huge white dog in her arms, and she looked very happy. Tian Lingling, I really like this to buy. Calm Fairy, wow, it's so cute and mighty. Whose dog is this? Tian Lingling, this is fake Taoist priest's beast pet. It's a spirit beast of the spirit nurturing final stage. Taoist Wooden Ox, the savior. F asterisk CK, his pet beast is actually this terrifying. Tian Lingling, what's so strange about that? Fake Taoist priest has also reached spirit nurturing final stage. Enlightened Lazarite, I remember that he was only at the 9th stage Tao body 2 years ago, right? You're already spirit nurturing final stage? Tian Lingling, why didn't you say that he was a Zeroth stage Tao body 3 years ago? Enlightened Lazarite, Dreamy Voice Fairy, Golden Jade, Crackshot Clairvoyant, Calm Fairy, I want some peace and quiet. Atomic Bomb Fairy, my immortal cultivation is fake, isn't it? It's not the same, right? My chest feels stuffy. Taoist Red WRM, I'm really a salted fish. The group fell into a strange atmosphere of self-doubt. Haha. At this moment, up in the sky, Tian Lingling was laughing so hard she was doubled over as she stared at her phone. She was so elated that she even slapped Debai's behind. How can a little girl in the mortal world be more of a hooligan than me? Woof! Debai protested loudly, and Lin's mouth twitched. He didn't know if it was the right choice to let the girl behind him ride Debai. Fake Taoist priest. The group has been dealt a blow by your freak again. Holy shit, you're pulling aggro on me again. How can this be called attracting hatred? This is a disguised form of promoting the positive atmosphere of cultivation in the group. It's a good thing for the present to benefit the future. Is that so? Then, who is the one who almost burst into tears after hearing that I had reached the spirit nurturing final stage? So this little girl is not only a hooligan, but she's also two-faced. Debai commented. Then its butt was touched again, and Lin took out his phone and dialed a number. A familiar voice came from the other side of the phone. The voice was trembling with excitement. Hey, little Lin, is that you? You're back? And Lin smiled. He was also quite touched by this voice. Dad, it's me. I'm back. How have you been? I've been very energetic recently. Ever since I started cultivating, my body has been improving day by day. That's good. Do you still need WeChat? Send me your coordinates. I'll send you some warmth. Haha, thank you, little Lin. I've been cultivating this entire time and haven't used WeChat much. I didn't even know you were online. I'll hang up now and send it to you. And Ming Chuan immediately hung up the phone. Then his coordinates appeared in the chat window. It was quite clear that he really wanted to see his son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have contacted him so soon. And Lin looked at the coordinates, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He also felt very warm in his heart, especially after hearing his father's energetic voice on the phone. His heart that was hanging in the air was completely at ease. Uncle In is now the rising star of the National Cultivation Department. He's only cultivated for 2 years, yet he's already reached the 5th stage Tao body. That speed has broken the record for the fastest breakthrough in the entire department, Tian Lingling said to Enlin with a hint of envy. Of course. Look at who his son is. Like father, like son. And Lin replied with a smug expression. Tian Lingling rolled her eyes. Why are you so shameless? If I praise you, you'll go to heaven. If I praise your father, you'll go to heaven too? Big brother and shamelessness is indestructible. I agree with that. Woof. Dabai chimed in, and Lin ignored the praises from the large dog and the little girl and began humming a tune to himself. And Mingchuan's rate of cultivation was not only because he had a large amount of cultivation resources to support him, but also because of his aptitude. He had reached the 5th stage Dao body in 2 years, so it was clear that his aptitude was quite good. The North Mist Mountain of the capital city was enshrouded in white mist all year round, and there was an area that was isolated from the outside world by a metal fence. There was also a massive spell formation that isolated the inside of the mountain from the outside world. Even if a plane were to fly overhead, all they would see would be a vast expanse of green mountains and clear waters. At this moment, and Mingchuan was looking into the distance at the summit of the North Mist Mountain, awaiting the arrival of a certain someone. A middle-aged man in a plain Taoist robe made his way over to him with a hearty laugh. Mingchuan, I just received news that your precious son is coming? And Mingchuan immediately extended a respectful salute. Teacher, little Lin said he's already arrived at the Ji province. This middle-aged man was in Mingchuan's cultivation teacher, Chuizhe. He was the highest-ranking teacher in the National Cultivation Department, having a cultivation base of the spirit-nurturing final stage. With Chuizhe's strength, he could be considered a top-notch expert even in the talented Special Operations Department. However, even with this status, Chuizhe didn't put on any airs toward Mingchuan. Instead, he imparted everything he knew to Mingchuan from the bottom of his heart. On one hand, Mingchuan was indeed a rare young cultivator, and on the other hand, Mingchuan had a good son. Others might not know how powerful Lin was, but as a high-ranking official in the National Cultivation Department, he was well aware of just how terrifying Lin was. This was a level of power that transcended common sense. Cultivation was all about opportunities, and Chuizhe felt like Mingchuan was his opportunity. Haha, your precious son is here. Chuizhe narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. The vast aura exuding from that direction made even him feel a little shocked. He opened the protective spell formation to welcome his guests. He was then greeted by the sight of 2 people riding a huge white dog toward the summit of the North Mist Mountain. Chuizhe's eyelids twitched as waves of shock surged through his heart. Just the beast pet's cultivation base alone was on par with his own. Who would have thought that Lin would grow to such an extent in just 2 short years? Dad! And Lin leaped off Dabai and gave Mingchuan a bear hug. Ha ha ha, you look quite energetic. And Mingchuan was elated as he patted Lin's back. Of course, I'm super bad *SS now. And Lin chuckled triumphantly. His father's white hair had already turned black, and the wrinkles on his face had also lessened slightly, upon which a sense of joy welled up in his heart. Hello, uncle. Tian Lingling leaped off Dabai and greeted Mingchuan in an obedient manner. Oh, Lingling is here too? And Mingchuan's eyes lit up as he greeted her. Due to her relationship with Lin, Tian Lingling had visited Mingchuan a few times on the North Mist Mountain, so they were quite familiar with each other. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my teacher, Chuizhe, and Mingchuan introduced. And Lin immediately became respectful upon learning that the middle-aged man beside him was his father's teacher. He immediately spoke. Uncle Chui, so you're my father's teacher. I'll give you a present for Nuan as well. Chuizhe was shocked to hear this, and he immediately refused. How could I accept this? Teaching your father is my job. I can't accept this. That's enough. That's a different matter. You've contributed the most to my father becoming the fastest person in the department. This is my personal gratitude, so don't refuse. And Lin waved his hand with a firm expression. Chuizhe could only nod in agreement, but at the same time his heart was filled with joy. See, and Mingchuan was indeed an opportunity for him. Someone was sending him warmth, just like that. Chapter 299. Dad, come over here. I brought you a lot of good stuff from the Celestial Court. And Lin led Mingchuan to a small pavilion and began to fiddle with a storage ring with excitement on his face as he inspected the items within. What are you talking about? I don't lack anything here, so there's no need for you to bring anything here. And Ming-Chuan spoke with a nonchalant expression. You really don't lack anything? You don't even want spirit tools? And Lin chuckled. As soon as these words came out, the entire pavilion quietened down. Tian Lingling, Cui Zhe, and Ming-Chuan all drew a sharp intake of breath as their eyes widened in shock. What did spirit tools mean to cultivators on Earth? That was the most precious treasure of a large sect. The number of spirit tools that had appeared in the entire Hua nation could be counted on 2 hands. No, these things are too valuable. You can keep them for yourself. I don't want them. And Ming-Chuan immediately refused after coming to his senses. And Lin smiled. He knew what his father was worried about. Don't worry, I have a lot of spirit tools here. You can pick whatever you want. Soon after, his storage ring flashed, and 6 spirit tools appeared on the table, each exuding an intimidating aura. There were 3 elementary rank spirit tools and 3 intermediate rank spirit tools. These were the treasures he had obtained when he was being robbed outside the Winter Dragon Tomb, and he had never sold them. Holy F***CK! Tian Lingling couldn't help but swear at the sight of the 6 spirit tools in front of her. Cui Zhe swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared blankly. How do you have so many? And Ming-Chuan's eyes widened. Just the spirit tools that Lin had taken out accounted for half of all the spirit tools in the entire Hua nation. And Lin didn't think much of it. Spirit tools were extremely valuable even in the Kingdom of the 9 States, so it was no wonder that they were so shocked. Hurry up and choose, Dad. These weapons are going to rot in my storage ring, and I don't lack money, and Lin said with a heroic expression. Dabai pursed his lips when he saw this. He knew that big brother and was already in his show-off mode. Tian Lingling had initially wanted to insult Lin, but now she had forgotten to speak. She could only stare blankly at the 6 spirit tools on the table, drooling from her mouth. And Ming-Chuan didn't refuse. He preferred to use swords, so he chose an intermediate rank spirit weapon, the Blue Frost Sword, and Lin gave him a thumbs up. As expected of my dad, our family is destined to produce sword immortals. Tian Lingling, are you praising yourself as a sword immortal again? Dabai, big brother, and is always like this. After his father finished a selection, he looked at Tian Lingling and pointed to the spirit tools on the table. You pick one of these spirit tools, too. Tian Lingling was dazed upon hearing this. She stared at Lin with her large woof-woof eyes. Fake Taoist priest, you mean you're going to give me a spirit tool? And Lin nodded. After all, she was a good friend he had made in the mortal world, and he had always been very generous to his friends. Wow. Sword immortal Lin, I love you to death. Tian Lingling pounced toward Lin excitedly and planted a kiss on the side of Lin's face as she squealed with joy. The term sword immortal Lin was clearly very effective on Lin, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Then he pointed at the spiritual weapons on the table and continued, Quickly pick one that you like. Tian Lingling nodded and chose a pair of white darts from the 5 spirit tools. These were elementary rank spirit tools, flying lightning darts. After making his selection, Lin turned to Cui Zhe. Uncle Cui, I told you I was going to give you a big present as well. You should pick a spirit tool too. Cui Zhe was rooted to the spot as soon as Lin finished his sentence. Give him a spirit tool? Are you kidding me? This was a priceless spirit tool. He had thought that Lin would give him some good stuff, such as a precious magic tool or a priceless spirit pill, but never would he have thought that Lin would give him a spirit tool. Uncle Cui, you're my father's teacher. Please accept this gift. And Lin spoke with a solemn expression after seeing that Cui Zhe was still in a daze. And Ming-Chuan also laughed heartily. Little Lin has grown up. This is a gift from him. Teacher, you should go and pick one up. This. Cui Zhe looked at Lin and Ming-Chuan before finally taking a deep breath. All right, then I'll accept this gift. He chose an elementary rank spirit tool, the silver blood spear. He held the spear in his hand, and his hands began to tremble as he sensed the energy fluctuations and spirituality emanating from the spear. This was a spirit tool. This was a gift of warmth. Chuizha was a little dazed. This warmth was simply too warm, so warm that he felt as if his blood was boiling. He had really grasped the right opportunity. Teaching in Mingchuan everything he knew was the best decision he had ever made. And Lin stowed the remaining 3 spirit tools into his storage ring before giving his father a dozen or so spirit pills of different effects, as well as 200,000 spirit stones. These would be enough for his father to use until he reached the spirit nurturing stage. Tian Lingling and Chuizha looked at the dazzling array of treasures in front of them, and they were already numb to it. It was like watching a super-rich person squander 100 million yuan after another. Even though that was a lot of money to them, after they became numb to it, it was just a number, and it wouldn't cause them much of a stir. And Mingchuan was the one who was most shocked, because he was the one who was receiving the money. It was exactly because he had come into contact with the cultivation world that he was extremely shocked. Setting aside the spirit pills and spirit tools, just the 200,000 spirit stones alone was more than he had ever seen in the cultivation department. All right, that's all for the gift of warmth. And Lin clapped his hands together with a joyful smile on his face. Why did he cultivate? Why did he fight? He couldn't explain it. At this moment, his mood was very simple. He was just like a man who worked hard outside. When the company finally paid his salary, he would send money home to subsidize his family's expenses. He wanted to let his parents know that he was independent and that they could rely on him. This was probably what he was feeling right now. This was a really good feeling, and Lin really liked it. After delivering the warmth, Lin brought out the famous tea he had purchased in the Kingdom of the 9 States and tasted it with his father, Tian Lingling, and Chuizha. The 4 of them sat around the stone table, chatting about cultivation and the things they had experienced in the past 2 years. So you're already at the 10th stage Tao body? Not bad. You're improving quite quickly. And Lin looked at Tian Lingling with surprise on his face. Tian Lingling humphed lightly and didn't reply. Even in the United University of Cultivation, the speed at which her cultivation base was progressing was extremely impressive. However, in front of Lin, she was completely crushed into nothingness. She had initially planned to bully Lin a little when he came back, or at least catch up to him. Who would have thought that after 2 years, she would finally reach the spirit nurturing stage? But Lin was already close to the F** King soul formation stage. She almost suffocated from anger. Ms. Tian Lingling is indeed the most talented cultivator among the new generation of cultivators in the Huan Nation. Chuizha chimed in. Of course not. Don't forget about Uncle Lin, Tian Lingling said with a wide grin. Haha, I forgot about Mingchuan. Chuizha rubbed his hands together and chuckled. He entered the sect late, but he's doing very well. Be careful not to be overtaken. And Mingchuan didn't really care about cultivation. After learning that Lin had descended into the mortal world with a mission, he immediately asked the question that he was most concerned about. Little Lin, did Su Xiaolan come with you? And Lin faltered, slightly before nodding. She did come with me. Why? Why didn't you bring her to see me? And Mingchuan slapped his thigh with a furious expression. And Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would I bring her to see you? She has her own things to do. What things? Shopping. And Mingchuan heaved a forlorn sigh and shook his head. With his son's EQ, did he get his last girlfriend from the lottery? Just as Mingchuan was sighing in resignation, a ringtone suddenly sounded. It was Lin's phone, and Lin pulled out his phone to find that it was a call from Su Xiaolan. Speaking of Xiaolan, Xiaolan was here. He answered the call. Hello, how's it going? Xiaolan's urgent voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Bad news, and Lin, something bad has happened. Chapter 300. And Lin was startled by Su Xiaolan's words. What happened? Su Xiaolan's voice sounded from the other side of the phone again. I lost Su Qianyin. What? And Lin's eyes widened. How could you lose such a big person? Su Xiaolan was also very anxious. We were shopping on the commercial street at the time, and I saw a place that sold delicious food, so I wanted to buy a couple of portions to satisfy my cravings. Who would have thought that Su Qianyin would disappear right after I bought it? And Lin was slightly taken aback by her words. What the hell was with this melodramatic plot? There was no reason for such a big person to disappear. It wasn't like she was a child, Su Xiaolin continued. She doesn't have a phone, so what should we do? Send me the coordinates. I'm coming right now. And Lin knew he couldn't wait any longer, and he immediately stood up. Su Xiaolan's location was displayed on the phone. Coincidentally, it was a commercial street in the capital city, not far from where he was. It looked like they were also quite interested in the capital city of the Huan Nation, which was why they set up their first stop here. And Lin didn't waste any more time, and he immediately called over Dubai and Tianlingling, and they flew toward the location. Su Qianyin was walking aimlessly on the street with a look of anxiety in her eyes. She was dressed in a light blue dress, and her features were exquisitely beautiful. Many people turned to look at her as she walked, but she didn't feel the slightest bit smug. Instead, she was very anxious because she couldn't find Su Xiaolan. She was lost. Looking at the bustling crowd, Su Qianyin was a little dumbfounded. It's over. There are so many people around. How am I supposed to find Su Xiaolan? If I had known this would happen, I would have exchanged voice transmission talismans. In the past, they would see each other all the time, so they didn't pay much attention to these things. Sigh, if only I didn't help that flower seller up. No, wait. How could I not help the flower seller up when she was knocked down? He should have memorized his position before he left. Su Qianyin's eyes were filled with disappointment and regret. Her sense of direction was very poor. No, it should be said that she had no sense of direction at all. She would basically forget the path she had taken when she turned back. She had been following closely behind Su Xiaolan because she was afraid that she would get lost. However, the thing she was most afraid of still happened. She really got lost. After that, she followed her intuition and walked in a certain direction. She felt that Su Xiaolan was there. Then, he didn't find it. He successfully got lost. What should I do? Su Qianyin muttered to herself. He didn't have a mobile phone to contact her, and he didn't have any money with him. He didn't even have the language barrier. She was lost in the sea of people and felt helpless for the first time. Oh, by the way, the book says that if you are in trouble, you can look for the police. Su Qianyin's eyes flashed, and she found a breakthrough. She looked around and finally locked her gaze on a familiar-looking woman in the milk tea shop. Hi, hello. Su Qianyin said in Mandarin, stuttering. The woman saw that the person who came was so beautiful that even an old lady like her could feel her heart palpitate. Her attitude couldn't help but improve a little. She smiled and said, Miss, what would you like to drink? Su Qianyin was slightly stunned. The woman spoke too quickly, and she couldn't understand what she said at all. Yep, maybe she wouldn't understand if she spoke slowly. Police where? She thought for a long time and finally came up with this phrase. Huh. The woman was a little confused. This girl came to her milk tea shop to look for the police? I'm looking for the police. Where? Su Qianyin's fair face was a little red, and it was especially lovable. The woman's mouth twitched slightly, but she still patiently answered, Miss, you have to go to the police station to look for the police. The nearest police station is a little far from here. It's about 600 meters away in the northeast direction, and there's no way to give directions. You can just use the Chengdu map on your phone to search for the nearest police station. Otherwise, you can use Bang Bang Taxi to go there. Su Qianyin blinked her dreamy blue eyes, looking confused. Huh. She couldn't understand a single word. Oh, no, she could understand the word police. The woman was also confused. What was wrong with this girl? Did she not understand human language? Very quickly, she came to her senses. From his language and expression, it was possible that he really didn't understand Chinese. Could she be a foreigner? It was all too common to meet foreigners in the capital. The woman smiled faintly, thinking that this girl had found the right person this time. Her English was pretty good. It was time to show off the quality of the Chinese people and bring glory to the country. The woman confidently repeated what she had said in English, then looked at Su Qianyun, as if trying to find an expression of shock and joy on her face. Su Qianyun was still confused. This time, she really couldn't understand a single word. The police, where am I? Su Qianyun asked again with a pleading look. The woman was speechless. The woman was about to cry. This girl didn't even know English? Which country did she come from? Judging from her appearance, she was Chinese. It was useless to go to the police station with this level of language. The police would also be confused. But for some reason, the woman couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl like Su Qianyun standing alone in front of her, looking at her with a pleading look. Xiao Zhang, look after the shop for me. I have something to do. The woman finally made up her mind and took the initiative to lead the way. If you don't know the way, I'll bring you there. Let's go. The woman waved her hand at Su Qianyun. Su Qianyun nodded obediently and followed beside the woman. This time, she was very close to the woman to avoid getting lost. This child. The woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. She also looked at Su Qianyun. Today was the weekend, so there was a lot of traffic in the business district. It was full of people. Su Qianyun looked around curiously at the various passers-by. Many passers-by also looked at her with envious eyes. Right at this moment, she saw a middle-aged man with a strange movement. The man's hand was slowly reaching into the pocket of another man's pants and pulling out a black bag. Su Qianyun blinked as she felt a sense of déjà vu. She felt like the pickpockets in the Kingdom of the Nine States were also like this. This is such a familiar feeling. It looks like some cultures and skills are interconnected. Su Qianyun sighed with emotion. With a flick of her finger, an invisible force pierced through the air and struck the pickpocket's wrist. Bam! Ow! The pickpocket howled in pain and fell to the ground, clutching his wrist. The black bag also fell to the ground. There were many people on the street to begin with. This scene instantly attracted the attention of a large group of people. The other man also turned around. Young man, what's wrong? This bag looks a little familiar. Holy F *CK. Isn't the bag next to your hand mine? The man who had his bag stolen was given a huge fright. He picked up his bag and was dumbstruck when he saw the man rolling on the ground. Then he called Yao Yaoling. As for the pickpocket, he howled in pain as if he had seen a ghost. The middle-aged woman was also attracted by this commotion. TSK, a pickpocket twisted his wrist while trying to steal a bag? What a weirdo. This is probably what they mean by God will punish the wicked. Su Qianyun pursed her lips into a smile. Although she didn't understand what these people were saying, the pickpocket must have been an idiot. It felt pretty good to use a power unknown to others to do some good deeds. Wait, use a power unknown to others? Su Qianyun stopped in her tracks. A thought suddenly occurred to her and she looked up at the sky. At some point in time, the sky above this area was already covered with dark clouds. Miss, stop looking. It's going to rain soon. Let's hurry to the police station. The middle-aged woman pulled Su Qianyun and grumbled. What the hell is with the weather forecast? It said it was going to be sunny, but now it looks like it's going to rain. The passers-by on the street also quickened their footsteps and complained about the weather. Rumble. A muffled thunder suddenly came from the sky. Hey, there's thunder. The middle-aged woman had to hurry up. Unexpectedly, Su Qianyun stood there in a daze, looking at the direction of the thunder. At this time, a few bolts of lightning tore through the clouds. Rumble. The thunder was even louder than before, like the roar of an ancient beast. It exploded between heaven and earth, scaring some timid girls to the point that they screamed, "Holy F asterisk CK! What kind of thunder is this? Isn't it too exaggerated?" The middle-aged woman was also shocked, but Su Qianyun's delicate body trembled slightly. She felt a slight fluctuation of heaven and earth essence chi. Is someone sending a signal to the surroundings? "Thank you." Su Qianyun looked at the middle-aged woman and said gratefully, "Miss, what are you suddenly saying?" The middle-aged woman was slightly taken aback. Su Qianyun's soft hand had already landed on the middle-aged woman's back, and a surge of warmth flowed through her entire body. The middle-aged woman felt a wave of comfort wash over her body, and her eyes widened in shock. In the next instant, Su Qianyun had already disappeared on the spot. 10 seconds later, the middle-aged woman came to her senses and pinched her face to find that it hurt a little. She moved her body in disbelief and found that her entire body was filled with energy. Even the pain in her joints that she had been suffering for many years had disappeared. She felt extremely relaxed and comfortable. Could it be that I've encountered a deity? The middle-aged woman murmured in shock. Chapter 301. On the rooftop of a tall building. Great lightning technique. Su Xiaolan let loose a light cry. Lightning flashed through the dark clouds, leaving a series of dazzling streaks in the air. Tian Lingling's face turned deathly pale. "Oi, oi, isn't that a little too much? Do we really have to do this? There's no other way. There are so many people and we don't have much time. This is the only way to get Su Qianyun to come find us. Hopefully, she'll be able to detect this strange divine lightning." And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. "I'll help out as well, Woof." Dubai waved his paws excitedly. Gale force winds instantly swept through heaven and earth. The sudden gale force winds swept through heaven and earth, causing the tourists on the ground to scream in fright. "Run! It's raining! It's raining! Why did the weather change so suddenly? What a jerk! Ow, let's find a place to hide." The people on the ground fled in panic, but there were also some brave people who raised their cell phones and took pictures of the sky. Rumble! Lightning was still exploding in the sky. It was extremely dense, like a divine sword piercing through the dark clouds, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Wow, what a spectacular sight! Is someone transcending their tribulation nearby? It must be some mighty figure ascending. Some people took pictures, while others recorded videos. All of them were in awe, on the rooftop of a tall building. Phew, I can't hold on anymore, I'm out of energy. Sweat was already pouring down Su Xiaolan's forehead. She was completely exhausted from unleashing her lightning techniques in succession. Hold on a little longer, let's go big. Lightning flashed from Lin's fingers, and a mysterious ripple proliferated into the sky. Su Xiaolan nodded as a determined expression appeared on her face. The power of the true dragon erupted from her body and soared into the sky. Divine Dragon Lightning Burst. Lightning Amplification Technique. An extremely thick bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, slicing the inky black clouds in half and lighting up the entire heaven and earth. All the people who were still watching the lightning in the sky felt as if they had been blinded. Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering boom erupted, as if a true dragon had roared from the heavens. The nearby glass was even shattered by the sound of it. The people who were still watching the thunder and lightning in the sky felt as if they had gone deaf. Ah! Someone screamed in fear. Some people were so scared that they dropped their phones on the ground with a clatter. Holy shit! What kind of lightning is this? Mommy, so scary! I've never seen such shocking lightning in my entire life. A paranormal event. This is definitely a paranormal event. It had to be said that the people near the commercial street were all frightened by this terrifying lightning. There were some people who were brave in the pedestrian street, but now they all hid in the shops, afraid of being struck by the terrifying lightning. However, what made them feel strange was that after that terrifying bolt of lightning appeared, the heavenly thunder in the sky didn't seem to appear much. At this moment, on the rooftop of a certain building, Tian Lingling looked down at the fleeing pedestrians and murmured to herself, "It's over, it's over. How could you guys do this? This is going to get out of hand." Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan and Enlin were panting heavily as they sat back to back on the ground, clearly exhausted. Dubai was still wreaking havoc and whipping up gale-force winds. "Regardless of whether I can succeed or not, I've already tried my best." And Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I hope Su Qianyin can see this. If she can't, we'll continue." Su Xiaolan had a determined expression on her face. Tian Lingling almost blacked out upon hearing this. She still wanted to continue. Right at this moment, a mellow voice sounded from the distance. "Classmate Enlin, classmate Su Xiaolan, I've finally found you." Su Qianyin flew toward them atop her moonlight disk. There was an expression of excitement and embarrassment on her face. An invisibility spell formation had been set up around her body, which could conceal her from humans and equipment. However, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and the others were able to see through her at a glance. Su Xiaolan immediately stood up with excitement upon seeing this before throwing her arms around Su Qianyin, who was also flying toward them. "I'm sorry, Su Xiaolan. It's all my fault for leaving without permission. I'm sorry for making you worry. How can you be blamed for this? It's all my fault. I was careless." Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyin embraced each other tightly, as if they were sisters who had been separated for many years. And Lin also wanted to give them a hug, but he couldn't do anything, so he could only stand off to the side with a sullen expression. Dubai stopped his spell formation upon seeing Su Qianyin. Tian Lingling also heaved a sigh of relief. "Seeing as you've already found them, let's disperse the dark clouds in the sky." "Disperse the dark clouds? Are you an idiot?" And Lin looked at Tian Lingling with a disdainful expression. Tian Lingling's mouth gaped open. There was thunder and wind before, but now the dark clouds have suddenly dispersed. What do you think everyone will think? This is completely illogical." And Lin spoke with a serious expression. "So what you're saying is—" Tian Lingling's bright eyes widened as a thought suddenly occurred to her. "Of course I'm making it rain." And Lin replied with a serious expression. Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyin were also very much in agreement with Lin's point of view, and both of them looked at him with approval in their eyes. Thus, the three of them used the dark clouds in the sky to unleash the great rain technique. "Walala! It's raining cats and dogs." Tian Lingling's chest tightened a little. "Follow science?" It sounded like it made a lot of sense, but she couldn't help but feel like something was off. Bam! A slender, long-haired woman in a black, casual outfit kicked open the door to the top floor and led a few cultivators toward Lin and the others. "I'm Huang Shanshan, the second team leader of the National Special Operations Department. Why are you all here?" The long-haired woman's words trailed off as she looked at everyone with incredulity. And Lin and the others were also astonished as they looked at this familiar woman. "Hey, what a coincidence!" And Lin greeted her awkwardly. "Why is it you guys again?" Huang Shanshan's eyes widened, and she felt the urge to beat someone up. Tian Lingling blinked. "Big sister Shanshan, what do you mean by them again?" "Last time in Rome City, they unleashed a spell and set the entire sky on fire," Huang Shanshan snapped. "Holy F asterisk CK. No wonder they're so skilled. No wonder they don't feel guilty at all. They've done it before." Tian Lingling was also astonished. Su Xiaolan and Lin scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, special circumstances require special treatment. Let me explain." The rain gradually stopped and the dark clouds dissipated. Bright sunlight once again shone down upon the earth. The people who had been through the baptism of lightning, thunder, and torrential rain once again appeared on the streets. They were still discussing the terrifying thunderstorm. Some of them posted on their WeChat moments, while others posted on Weibo. To them, this wasn't a big deal. Posting on WeChat moments and Weibo was merely a way for them to vent their emotions and show off. As for those who had been frightened, they would grumble a little at most, and they would soon forget about it. There was no shortage of bizarre things in this world, and this incident wasn't even on the list. Any inconceivable scene could be explained by science. If they really couldn't explain it, they could just call it a promotional video for a game. Su Xiaolan, Su Qinyan, and Lin, and even that dog apologized sincerely and offered to compensate them with spirit stones. After hearing Lin's explanation, Huang Shanshan sighed lightly and didn't accept the spirit stones. Seeing as this incident wasn't too big of a deal, she only gave everyone a verbal warning and didn't pursue the matter any further. And Lin brought out a green spirit pill from his storage ring and handed it to Huang Shanshan. "What are you doing?" "I don't accept bribes." Huang Shanshan glared at Lin. "Ah, we've reunited after such a long time. We should give our old friend some gifts, don't you think? This is a spirit pill of everlasting beauty. It can permanently whiten your skin and revitalize your skin." And Lin shoved the spirit pill into Huang Shanshan's hands. Huang Shanshan refused with her hands, but she accepted the spirit pill with sincerity in her heart. In the end, she reluctantly accepted the spirit pill. "Humph! You didn't even greet me when you descended into the mortal world, and now you're asking me to clean up after you caused trouble. How dare you say we're old friends?" Huang Shanshan pursed her lips and grumbled, but the expression on her face was a lot more relaxed. "I'm going. Call me if you need anything." Huang Shanshan waved her hand, swaying her slim waist as she left. "Take care, Shanshan." And Lin waved his hand enthusiastically. Huang Shanshan's personality was getting hotter and hotter, and so was her figure. Hence, Dabai was very excited. Big brother in, is she also a friend of yours? Please introduce me." "Woof." "Okay, I'll get you a phone first. She doesn't have a voice transmission talisman." And Lin pointed at Su Qianyun after saying this to Dabai. "You too." Su Qianyun nodded with a guilty expression. Her dreamy eyes were slightly misty, making her look very lovable. And Lin sucked in a breath of cold air as he was once again stunned by her beauty. "You need a voice transmission talisman too. Add me." Chapter 302. And Lin injected his aura into Su Qianyun's voice transmission talisman and asked Huang Shanshan to help him get 2 identification cards. One was called Su Qianyun, and the other was called by Dachuan. Then he bought 2 cell phones for them and got them SIM cards. After that, the 3 of them were dumbfounded, and Lin discovered a very serious problem. Neither Dabai nor Su Qianyun understood Chinese. Dabai hadn't learned it, and Su Qianyun hadn't. They were 2 complete idiots. Why would they need a cell phone? Su Xiaolan was very enthusiastic about teaching Su Qianyun how to use a cell phone. At the very least, she had to teach her how to make and receive calls. Dabai was also very eager to learn from Lin. He carefully played with the cell phone with his thick paws and looked very excited as if he was about to go to war. WeChat. Ding dong. A message appeared on Huang Shanshan's WeChat. Someone sent a friend request with the message, "I'm by Dachuan." "Accept." By Dachuan. "Hello, Sister Shanshan, I'm by Dachuan." Huang Shanshan. "Yes, you're in Lin's beast pet, right?" By Dachuan. "Yes, you do remember me." Dabai was very excited. He then sent a nude selfie to Huang Shanshan. By Dachuan. "Am I handsome?" Huang Shanshan. By Dachuan. "What other positions do you like?" "I'll send them to you." Then he sent a sexy nude selfie to Huang Shanshan. Huang Shanshan. By Dachuan. "What do you mean by sending a little?" However, Dabai didn't send the message. System notification. You and Huang Shanshan are not friends. If you want to talk to her, please add her as a friend first. Dabai listened to Brother An's verbal translation and jumped up. "Huh. Sister Shanshan deleted me? How could this be? What did I do wrong?" No, brother, and must have tricked me. Woof. The typing and translation were all done by Lin alone. Dubai felt that he had been cheated, and Lin turned his head away with a cold expression. He didn't want to talk to Dubai. Dubai handed his phone to Su Xiaolan and pleaded with an aggrieved expression. Celestial Maidenlawn, look at the chat history. Is it really like what Big Brother said? Su Xiaolan. She glanced at it and thought that it was indeed Dubai style, so she silently returned the phone to Dubai, too lazy to explain. When Dubai saw Su Xiaolan and Lin's disdainful expressions, he finally realized that something was wrong with the situation. It muttered to itself, "Could it be that my way of picking up girls is wrong? But shouldn't girls like this be flirted with like this?" And Lin's mouth twitched slightly. He had wanted to take this opportunity to make Dubai aware of its problem, but he did not expect it to be completely unaware. It was hopeless. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Huang Shanshan calling. It couldn't be. Could it be because of Dubai's teasing, so she was calling to punish him? And Lin was a little flustered, but he still picked up the phone. "Hello, Sister Shanshan, what's up?" "And Lin." Huang Shanshan's angry voice came from the phone. "Are Yao Mingxi and Huguan part of your team?" "Yes." And Lin was a little dumbfounded, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. "Quick, come and get them. Those two people were caught performing acrobatics at the temple fair," Huang Shanshan shouted, and Lin was even more confused. "What? Why are they being arrested for performing acrobatics?" Huang Shanshan said angrily, "Have you seen a performance of crushing rocks with their chests? Do they really use their chests to crush rocks? Have you seen a performance of swallowing swords? Do they really bite and swallow swords into their stomachs? Have you seen a performance of spitting fire? Do they spit fire directly from their mouths without drinking kerosene or alcohol? Ah." And Lin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "I've never seen it," Huang Shanshan sneered. "Everyone who participated in the temple fair has seen it." And Lin's body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. What the F***CK? Seeing that Yao Mingxi and Huguan didn't resist when they were arrested by the National Special Operations Department and had a good attitude in admitting their mistakes. "I won't report this to the Celestial Court. I'll send you the address. Quickly go and get them and give them a good education." Huang Shanshan's voice came from the phone. "Okay, I'll definitely teach them a good lesson." And Lin was a little regretful that he let them move around freely. They were just causing trouble for him. "Humph, you're adding to my workload again. Do you want to die?" Huang Shanshan grumbled and hung up. And Lin sighed and unlocked his phone. Then he rode on his dog toward the coordinates that Huang Shanshan had sent him. Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyun continued to stroll around the capital. It was their team leader's responsibility to bail them out, and it had nothing to do with them, so there was no need for them to tag along. Only Tian Lingling was still following Lin, for no other reason than that Dubai was too easy to ride, within a certain detention center in the Yu province. And Lin fished Yao Mingxi and Huguan out of the detention center. Tears welled up in their eyes at the sight of Lin. "Big Brother I'm sorry for causing trouble for you. I was the one who suggested the idea of performing acrobatics. If you want to scold me or beat me up, come at me." Huguan stared at Lin with a scorching light in his eyes. "Big Brother it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of Junior Huguan, and I even did something so stupid with him. I'm willing to take all the blame." Yao Mingxi stared at Lin with a look of guilt and self-blame, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. He was most afraid of men looking at him like this. He had goosebumps all over his body. He gave the two of them a very serious lecture, often lasting an hour. The two diehard fans were extremely engrossed in listening to their idol's lecture, and they even pulled out little notebooks to jot down the key points. Tian Lingling looked on from the side with astonishment. They were so engrossed in listening to such a boring lecture. Her worldview had been completely refreshed. just as Tian Lingling was dozing off with her back against a bai, and Lin finally finished his lecture. "You guys can go now, but be careful next time." And Lin was exhausted from lecturing, and he began to ask the two of them to leave. However, the two of them refused to budge, and they still wanted to stay with Lin. And Lin hesitated momentarily, but in the end he still had to expend a great deal of effort to chase away the two diehard fans. What a joke! Who knew what terrible things would happen if he allowed two fanatical men to follow him alone? You're done? Speaking of which, it's really not easy being the team leader. Tian Lingling tucked her chestnut-colored hair into a bun, and a sweet smile appeared on her delicate face. And Lin leaned against a bai with dejection on his face, and he didn't want to say anything. First, he had triggered lightning in the commercial district of the capital city. Then he had to rush to Yu province to rescue Huang Shanshan, and he had even been scolded twice by Huang Shanshan. Who could understand this kind of bitterness? The pressure of being the team leader, sure, was immense. Su Qianyun's problem had been resolved, and now he could only hope that Yao Mingxi and Huguan could exercise some restraint and listen to him. If that happened, he would be thanking the heavens and earth. After a short while, and Lin's phone rang again. He looked down, and his body instantly trembled. It was Huang Shanshan again. It can't be that something bad has happened again. And Lin was extremely uneasy. "Hello, Sister Shanshan, what's up?" "And Lin, is Tang Shimin one of your men?" And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Tang Shimin was a fourth-year student, and he said he was going to look for an old friend before he left. He seemed like a very reliable person, so he shouldn't have caused any trouble. With this in mind, he could only muster up his courage. "Yes, Tang Shimin is one of my team members." "Huh. And Lin, you're really something. Did you do this on purpose?" "Sister Shanshan, what happened? Tang Shimin and the sect leader of the Huashan sect were having a sword duel on Hua Mountain, and a section of the mountain was shaved off. What do you think happened?" "Huh." And Lin's body went limp upon hearing this. F***CK. Why did they fight their way to Huashan? This is a very serious matter. Even though it's quite far away from the scenic area, you've still damaged the cultural heritage of the Hua nation. Hee. Are you trying to push this old lady to death? I'm not going to protect you this time. Huang Shanshan's yell sounded from the other side of the phone, and Lin collapsed onto the ground in fright, and tears welled up in his eyes. "What do you mean screw you over?" "It's my team member that's screwing me over." "Whoever wants to be the team leader can be it. I'm not doing it anymore." Chapter 303. No matter how much Lin grumbled, as the team leader appointed directly by the Celestial Court, he still had to take responsibility for Tang Shimin's actions. "Sai, this is all fate." And Lin shook his head and sighed as he rode Dubai from the Yu province to the Shan province. At a certain detention center in the Shan province, he saw the two scammers from the Hua Mountain Sword Tournament. Tang Shimin's sleeves were shredded, and there was a bloody gash on his muscular arm and chest. The sect leader of the Hua Mountain sect, Wu Feng, had sword wounds on his calves and arms. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like a professional beggar on the streets. According to the statistics, the damage done to the cultural and natural heritage was equivalent to 50,000 spirit stones. Both of them were responsible for this battle, so each of them had to pay 25,000 spirit stones. Tang Shimin didn't bring that much money with him, so he only had 20,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. Hence, Lin had to pay 5,000 spirit stones in advance. After that, they had to go through all kinds of ideological education. The person in charge of this arduous ideological education was someone from the National Special Operations Department. Not only did Tang Shimin and Wu Feng have to listen to it, but even Lin had to listen to it. After a while, they finally bailed Tang Shimin out. As for Wu Feng, he didn't have that much money, so he could only sit in the detention center and contemplate life. The elders of the Hua Mountain sect were quite enraged by the sect leader, and they decided to let the sect leader reflect for 10 days to half a month before discussing the matter of bailing him out. Before they knew it, it was already dusk. When Enlin came out from the detention center and saw the sun again, tears streamed down his face. It was as if he had been given a new lease on life. F*CKU team leader. Tang Shimin. Enlin had a very eventful day. He was insulted by Huang Shanshan 3 times, went to the detention center twice, received a profound ideological education, and traveled across half of the Huan nation. Such an eventful day. It was so moving. Team leader Enlin, I'm really sorry about what happened today. Tang Shimin bowed in apology. Even though his clothes were in tatters, he still had the bearing of an elegant young master from ancient times. Enlin waved his hand. It's what I should do, but I'm a little curious. Why did you get into a fight when you went to see your friend? Tang Shimin chuckled awkwardly. Initially, I wanted to discuss some cultivation experiences with Brother Wu Feng and have a simple sparring session with him. Later on, I got angry and couldn't stop. Enlin was stunned at first. Then he rubbed the space between his eyebrows, not knowing what to say. Tang Shimin appeared to be a graceful young master, but he couldn't stop after he started fighting. Everyone was speechless. To think that Enlin had previously thought that this senior was very reliable and worry-free. It seemed that he had judged people by their appearances. Tang Shimin chatted with Enlin for a while before leaving to find another old friend of his. Enlin immediately gave Tang Shimin a few more reminders, hoping that he could continue to be a handsome young man and carry on the good tradition of a gentleman who only used his words and not his fists. Enlin was still feeling quite uneasy as he watched Tang Shimin leave. He didn't know if Tang Shimin had taken his words to heart. Tian Lingling sat on Dabai's back and played with her phone. Her well-proportioned legs swayed gently under the light of the setting sun. Fake Taoist priest, Big Sister Dongfang heard that you're back and wants to ask if you want to come over for dinner. She suddenly spoke as she played with her phone, and Lin shuddered upon hearing Tian Lingling's words, and a sense of happiness welled up in his heart as a die-hard fan. Dongfang Shui's beautiful voice still lingered in his ears, and he couldn't get it out of his head. Perhaps this was the legendary blessing in disguise. My idol is inviting me to her house. From your expression, does that mean you've agreed? Tian Lingling couldn't help but roll her eyes at the sight of Enlin's silly grin. Of course I've agreed. I can't turn down calm, celestial maiden's hospitality, so I have to go. Enlin came to his senses and spoke with a serious expression. Tian Lingling pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She and Enlin rode on Dabai toward Dongfang Shui's house. Enlin downloaded all of Dongfang Shui's new songs from the past 2 years into his phone and listened to them one by one on the way. All of them were so beautiful that he was completely entranced by them. Dongfang Shui's house was a riverside villa, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. One could see the neon lights and skyscrapers on the other side of the river through the windows. The prosperity of the city combined with the tranquility of the park, giving one the feeling of being away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Enlin and Tian Lingling arrived atop their dog, and Dongfang Shui stood at the door to welcome them in a long brown dress. Her figure was lithe and graceful, and her skin was fairer than snow. She had a pair of mesmerizing eyes, and she looked up at the man in the sky with a faint smile on her face. "Long time no see, Mr. Enlin," Dongfang Shui greeted with a smile. "Calm celestial maiden, I'm so honored to be able to taste your cooking. I've missed the taste for 2 years now." Enlin leaped off Dabai and greeted her with an elated expression. Dongfang Shui chuckled. "You've missed the taste of one meal for 2 years? Not taking into account anything else, your eloquence has improved quite a bit in the past 2 years. Big Sister Dongfang, eloquence is nothing. Fake Taoist priest's skin is truly thick." Tian Lingling latched onto Dongfang Shui's arm with a smile. "I'm just telling the truth. I've visited so many restaurants in the Kingdom of the Nine States, so I've seen a lot of things. Your cooking skills are definitely top-notch, even among immortal chefs. And Lin ignored Tian Lingling's teasing and spoke with a serious expression. Immortal chefs were a very popular occupation in the Kingdom of the Nine States. Every single one of them was a tycoon who earned money through their skills. Dongfang Shui's cooking skills really were top-notch in the eyes of someone like Lin, who had tasted all kinds of delicious food. However, there were very few high-grade ingredients on Earth, so very few cultivators were able to discover their value. If Dongfang Shui went to the Kingdom of the Nine States, she would definitely be able to earn a fortune. Dongfang Shui was a chef who was held back by singing. Dongfang Shui couldn't help but smile again at the sight of Lin's serious expression. Regardless of whether she believed him or not, she was still a little happy to be praised like this. She immediately invited Tian Lingling and Lin into the restaurant, followed by a large dog with big, round eyes. The rich aroma of food wafted through the restaurant, making Lin's stomach rumble. Dubai was drooling, and he looked like a hungry wolf. There was a table full of sumptuous dishes, and just the appearance of the dishes was enough to whet one's appetite. Many of the dishes were also exuding faint energy fluctuations, so it appeared that they had been cooked using a lot of precious ingredients. It was quite clear that Dongfang Shui had put a lot of thought into this meal. With this in mind, Lin pulled out a green spirit pill and handed it to her. "Mr. Lin, what are you?" Dongfang Shui was a little surprised. "It's been a long time since we last met, so I have to give an old friend a present. This is a spirit pill of everlasting beauty. It can permanently whiten your skin and revitalize your skin. I hope you can accept it." And Lin spoke with a sincere expression. "Oh no, you don't have to be so polite. You have to accept this spirit pill. We're old friends, so don't refuse." Thus, Dongfang Shui reluctantly accepted the spirit pill with a slight smile on her face, clearly very satisfied with it. Tian Lingling's lips twitched upon seeing this. She naturally thought back to the scene with Big Sister Shanshan. The exact same pill, the exact same lines. What the F***CK? Could Lin's skin be any thicker? Thus, the three of them and the dog enjoyed the meal in a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 304. The three of them enjoyed their dinner to their heart's content. After dinner, they curled up on the sofa and watched TV. And Lin felt like the TV shows in the past 2 years were getting more and more boring. They were basically dominated by male idols who didn't have any acting skills or singing voices, and they were only supported by their good looks. If watching TV was to look at good looks, then what the hell was the point of watching TV? He himself was even more handsome than those male idols. If he really wanted to see a handsome guy, he could just look in the mirror. If he wanted to see a beautiful girl, there was an exquisite beauty sitting next to him. Oh, and she was a super talented singer who was popular all over the country. With this in mind, Lin's interest in watching TV became even lower. Thus, he pulled out his phone and started playing Arena of Valor. Little lowly, log on, Arena of Valor. And Lin gripped his phone with both hands, eager to try it out. Tian Lingling glared at Lin. "Why do you suddenly want to play this game?" "Because I want to torture you. Let's fight one-on-one." And Lin replied very bluntly, "Hee. Do you think this kind of provocation will work on me?" Tian Lingling sneered. "What? You don't dare. Very well. You've successfully angered me. Die, you piece of trash." Tian Lingling glared at Lin, logged on, and invited him to battle. An intense battle began. Then, Tian Lingling was completely crushed. She was utterly defeated. She was dumbfounded. "Holy F***CK! When did you become so strong?" "Impossible! This is impossible!" She was a veteran player, and her game sense and mechanics were both top-notch. However, she was killed over and over again against Lin, and she was defeated over and over again. Tian Lingling was on the brink of a mental breakdown as she looked at these devastating numbers. Hee, I'm going to torture you. And Lin smiled triumphantly. Tian Lingling would never know what kind of opponent he had been fighting for the past 2 years. It was said that adversity and despair were the best ways to hone one's skills. His monstrous, one-on-one skills had already been honed through his battles with the young sorceress. He had to pay for what he had done, and Lin, who had been abused so many times, finally had the chance to abuse back. For a moment, he was a little happy. Fake Taoist priest, the group seems to be discussing Changbai Mountain as well. Does this have something to do with your mission? After giving up on the battle, Tian Lingling sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, looking at the messages on WeChat with a gloomy expression. And Lin was slightly taken aback when he heard this and immediately entered the group of cultivators. The group became lively again because of a certain matter. The Northern Chill spiritual master said, "This time the energy veins of Changbai Mountain and the corpses and ghouls have affected a very large area. I'm afraid that a rare treasure has descended into the world, or some ruins have been opened. The Savior, we can't miss this. Who's willing to form a team and come with me? Green River, Sword Immortal, I want to go. My sword is thirsting for blood. Dreamy Voice Fairy, count me in. Enlightened Lazarite, +1. Golden Jade, +1. White Spirit Snake. Seniors, I want to go too, can I?" And Lin didn't know what to say as he looked at the messages one after another. The phenomenon mentioned in the messages was most likely caused by the opening of the Shouyang tomb. After the gate was opened, only 10 people would be able to enter the tomb. There were 8 people in their university and 2 people in the mortal world. No matter how hard the others tried, they probably wouldn't be able to enter. And Lin obviously couldn't say this out loud. After all, he had signed a confidentiality agreement with the Celestial Court, which stipulated that he couldn't divulge any information regarding the tomb to the cultivators on Earth. Even Tian Lingling only knew that they were going to Changbai Mountain for a mission, but she didn't know the details, and Lin stroked his chin. He was starting to get a little curious as to which 2 cultivators in the mortal world had received the invitations. Apparently, the Celestial Court had decided on those 2 invitations from the mortal world. After the decision was made, they would have those 2 cultivators contact Lin. After all, Lin was the team leader for this mission. He hadn't received any news yet. It looked like they hadn't decided on who to send. The Shouyang tomb had a cultivation base restriction. Only cultivators below the soul formation stage could enter. If the Celestial Court wanted to decide on who to send, it would definitely be to nurture more talented cultivators. It wasn't a matter of who had the highest cultivation base. As such, only the most talented cultivators in the mortal world would have a chance of getting this opportunity. All of the most talented cultivators were in the All Cultivators of the World Unite to Protect Earth group chat. And Lin clicked open the list of members and scrolled through it with interest. Green River, Sword Immortal. This guy's aptitude was indeed quite good. He had progressed from Spirit Nurturing Initial Stage to Spirit Nurturing Intermediate Stage in just 2 years. Just from the speed at which he progressed, he was superior to most of the students in Xiaoxian United University. Red Fox Celestial Maiden who didn't know how to speak? Apparently, she had an innate spirit body and could assume human form from birth without cultivating. She was a prodigy among the Fox tribe and had a very good chance of being chosen. There was also the Savior, Lightning Master Zhangwen, Talisman Prodigy, Qin Jingtian. And Lin looked through the names in the group and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There were quite a lot of prodigies in the mortal world. Right at this moment, Tian Lingling's phone rang. It was from an unknown number. She was a little confused as she answered the call. "Hello." "What?" Tian Lingling had been resting her head on Dongfang Shui's shoulder with a lazy expression on her face. However, in the next second, she bounced up like a carp. And Lin looked at her with a curious expression. It was a very interesting sight to see the various expressions on her face. Okay, I'm not scared, I'll go. No need, he's right next to me. All right, I'll give you the address. Tian Lingling hung up the phone and looked at Lin with a peculiar expression. Why are you looking at me like that? And Lin blinked curiously. Tian Lingling pursed her lips and forced out 2 words with difficulty. Team leader. Huh. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. Then, as if realizing something, his pupils contracted and he exclaimed in surprise, Holy F***CK, it's you. Tian Lingling nodded. Yes, it's me. Dongfang Shui was completely perplexed. What are you guys talking about? It's a secret. The 2 of them replied at the same time. Both of them faltered upon seeing this. And Lin scratched his head awkwardly while Tian Lingling pursed her lips and averted her gaze. Dongfang Shui. Right at this moment, and Lin's phone rang. He answered the phone and said hello. A shriek of joy suddenly sounded from the other side of the phone. Ah, the poison lord really picked up. I'm so happy. And Lin's lips twitched. Who was this woman? Could it be a harassing call from some retarded superfan of the mortal world? Ahem. Who are you? What do you need? He thought for a moment before deciding to hang up the phone and see what the woman had to say. Haha, I'm White Spirit Snake from the group chat. Do you remember me? Wah. I've already added you as a friend, but you haven't accepted. Can't you see? And Lin rolled his eyes. So it was because she couldn't add him on WeChat that she was now harassing him with phone calls? Sigh, being famous really was a bad thing. All right then, I'll add you as a friend. I'm hanging up now. He didn't want to waste any more time and decided to hang up the phone first. Hey, Senior Poison Lord, wait. I'm still a cultivator who entered the Shouyang tomb. Can you tell me what's going to happen next? The urgent voice sounded from the other side of the phone again, and Lin's hands trembled slightly, and he was completely dumbstruck. Holy F***CK, you were the last one. Chapter 305. It's me. I finally get to see Senior Poison Lord. I'm so excited. White Spirit Snake's excited voice sounded from the other side of the phone, and Lin heaved a faint sigh before giving White Spirit Snake a rough outline of where they were to gather in 5 days. He then forcefully hung up the phone. Why did he say forcefully? That was because White Spirit Snake was in such a feverish mood that if Lin didn't hang up, she could go on and on for an entire day. After hanging up the phone, a forlorn expression appeared on his face. The team that would be entering the Shouyang tomb had finally been decided. The 2 cultivators chosen by the Celestial Court gave him quite a surprise. He had always thought that the ones to enter the tomb would at least be of the spirit nurturing stage. But who would have thought that the Celestial Court would choose 2 cultivators of the Tao body stage to enter the tomb? Tian Lingling's aptitude was indeed very good. This was something that Lin could also empathize with. However, wasn't White Spirit Snake a newbie who had just joined the group? Rumor had it that she was only of the 7th stage Tao body. Sending her into the tomb would be suicide. Sigh. It looked like he would have to spend some effort to protect them. With this in mind, a sense of responsibility as the team leader welled up in his heart. Tian Lingling quickly calmed herself down after learning of this important news. She opened up a bag of chips and munched on them while watching TV. Her legs were curled up on the sofa, and her cheeks were bulging from the chips, making her look like a squirrel chewing relentlessly. Dongfang Shui blinked her beautiful eyes. She knew that this wasn't something she should know, so she didn't mention it. Instead, she brought out a bunch of fruits for Lin and the others to sample. All in all, it was a very enjoyable night. There were still a few empty rooms in Dongfang Shui's mansion, so Lin and Tian Lingling decided to stay at her place. And Lin also asked for a laptop from Dongfang Shui, saying that he could use it to surf the internet. Dongfang Shui didn't think much of it and lent her laptop to him. In the dead of night, in a certain room in the villa, Lin and Dabai huddled together. Both of them were breathing rapidly. Big Brother and the hundreds of nude portraits of beautiful women you're talking about are in this machine. Dubai pointed at the laptop with a nervous expression. That's right. Don't underestimate the intelligence of humans. Not to mention hundreds of portraits of naked beauties. I can even get videos of them. And Lynn said, solemnly, Is video the moving images on the TV? Heavens! How could there be such a good girl? Woof! Dubai's big round eyes widened, and he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Yes, this world has no shortage of goddesses who benefit the majority of single men. It's also for the benefit of single dogs. Woof. This is a love that transcends national boundaries and races. Boundless love, woof. The two of them began to sing one another's praises. At the same time, images of naked beauties began to appear on the computer screen, and both of them began to get excited. Mitsuru Aoi, Yui Hitano, Maria Ozawa, Ai Tiani, Miku Ohashi, Kira Osaka, Mafe Nanjo, Sho Higashino, Rina Hasage, Holy F *CK. Big Brother in. These women are all top grade. Woof. Of course, I picked them with great care. This woman is so great, I want her TV. Woof. All right, I'll download it right away. Wow, this woman is also very righteous. I also want her TV, woof. All right. All of you are coming. This was an exciting night for Dubai. He had never seen so many nude beauties in his life. Dubai was full of praise for the cultural industry on Earth, and he felt like he had made the right decision to come to Earth. What an eye-opening experience. The next morning, Dongfang Shui had prepared an exquisite breakfast of steamed buns, dumplings, and noodles. Tian Lingling and Lin and Dubai ate with gusto. It was great to have a friend who knew how to cook. One had to realize that eating was the number one joy in life, and Dongfang Shui had satisfied this joy for Enlin. After enjoying the delicious breakfast, Enlin rode on Dubai's back toward the capital city. Enlin had parted ways with his father in a hurry yesterday, and they hadn't had enough time together yet. Hence, his first destination this time was still the North Mist Mountain. As for Tian Lingling, after playing around with Dubai, she chose to stay at Dongfang Shui's house for a few days. On the North Mist Mountain, the formation was opened, and a man riding on a dog descended from the sky. Mr. Enlin, I didn't think you'd be here today. Shall we have some tea and chat? A middle-aged man saluted with a smile. This man was Ming Chuan's teacher, Cui Jia. When Enlin left in a hurry that day, he hadn't had a chance to chat with him yet. Now that this was a rare opportunity, he naturally wasn't going to let it go. Sure, tell my dad to come along as well, Enlin said with a hint of interest in his voice. Cui Jia faltered slightly upon hearing this. Didn't Ming Chuan tell you that he went on a mission? What? My dad went on a mission? What mission? Enlin blinked in surprise. He had come here on his dog early in the morning, thinking that his father was a fifth-stage Dao body cultivator, so he should be cultivating on the North Mist Mountain. Who would have thought that his father would go on a mission? Cui Jia smiled lightly. Our nation's Special Operations Department will often issue missions related to the cultivation world. These missions aren't mandatory, and it's up to you whether you accept or not. Your father accepted a mission to investigate the vital energy abnormalities in Changbai Mountain, and Major General Qingying is leading the team. It's not a dangerous mission, so don't worry. It's related to Changbai Mountain. And Lin furrowed his brows. Other people might not think this was a dangerous mission, but he knew the inside story. This was a phenomenon that would occur on the eve of the opening of a celestial immortal's tomb. There were too many variables involved, and he couldn't let his guard down. Uncle Cui, I've decided to go to Changbai Mountain to see what's going on. Let's have some tea later. And Lin decided to leave after some thought. Hey, kid. Cui Jia tried to persuade him to stay. To his surprise, Enlin flew off on his dog and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. It's just a normal mission. Look at how nervous he is. Ming Chuan sure has a good son. Cui Jia sighed with envy before returning to the pavilion. Changbai Mountain Range. This was the sacred mountain of the Manchu tribe, as well as the border between the Hua Nation and the Korean Nation. There was a mountain village isolated from the rest of the world within this endless mountain range. Dozens of villagers howled in a low voice and pounced toward a group of outsiders without any regard for their own safety. Their eyes shone with a crimson glow. Although these villagers looked sluggish, their movements were extremely fast. They were like the most bloodthirsty, ferocious beasts, and they unleashed the explosive power of their muscles to the extreme. This kind of momentum was enough to kill a cow. However, the group of 15 people were not afraid at all. They drew their weapons and fought head-on. Vital energy surged, and each of them was like a peerless expert. They easily broke through the charge of dozens of people and killed these crazy humans on the spot. One of the women in the group was knocked down by a crazed villager. Immediately afterward, 2 villagers opened their black claws and bit toward the woman on the ground. Right at this moment, a blue sword ray flashed past. The 2 villagers, with sinister expressions, froze on the spot and were turned into ice sculptures. Lu Shui, are you all right? A handsome, middle-aged man gently stretched out his hand and pulled the woman up. I'm fine, thank you, big brother, and a light blush appeared on Lu Shui's face as she looked gratefully at the middle-aged man. She was of the 7th stage Dao body, but Mingchuan, who was of the 5th stage Dao body, performed much better than her in the face of these crazed villagers. Aside from the fact that Mingchuan had the blue frost sword as a divine weapon, there was also a very important reason why there was such a disparity between the 2 of them. The combat power of this team was very strong. The cultivation bases of the 15 cultivators were not weak, and it did not take long for them to suppress all the rioting villagers. A brawny man with a solemn expression inspected the auras within the bodies of the villagers, upon which his brows furrowed. This is a top-grade zombie poison infection. The person who released the poison has a very high cultivation base. We need to request reinforcements from our superiors. General Chung, even someone of your cultivation base can't handle this? Lu Shui asked in surprise. She knew that Chang'ing was a powerful being of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage, which was one of the most powerful cultivators in the National Special Operations Department. Just how powerful was the enemy that he had to be to request reinforcements? Chang'ing shook his head. This type of zombie poison can allow an ordinary person to unleash a power that is over 10 times greater than their physical body. The person who released the poison is definitely a top-grade zombie king. I can't fight unprepared. Top-grade zombie king? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. They knew that if the enemy really was a top-grade zombie king, then aside from Chang'ing, everyone else would most likely die here. Right at this moment, Mingchuan's phone began to ring. Hey, little Lin, why are you suddenly calling? Your dad's on a mission. What? I sent you my location. You want to come over? No, this mission is very dangerous. We're already calling for reinforcements. You think you're bad, *SS? What the hell are you talking about? And Mingchuan's words were overheard by everyone present, and they all wore curious expressions on their faces. In the end, Mingchuan hung up the phone in resignation. He sent his location on WeChat before making his way over to Chang'ing. General Chung, my son says he wants to come and help us. He also says that there's no need to call for reinforcements. Even if the enemy is a god, he'll kill it for us. Chang'ing. Chapter 306. All of the team members felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping in their hearts upon hearing this. How dare you say such pretentious words out loud? Uncle, don't you feel embarrassed at all? Then, something even more ridiculous happened. Chang'ing thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, since Mr. and Lin is coming, I won't call for reinforcements. All of the team members were dumbstruck upon hearing this as they stared at their team leader in shock. Chang'ing actually believed a pretentious statement like, even if a god comes, I'll kill him. Chang'ing was different from them. He knew more about Enlin, and he had a more comprehensive understanding of him. Hence, he had reason to believe that Lin would be able to take care of everything. And Lin was their most powerful ally. Lu Shui nudged in Mingchuan with a curious expression on her face. "Big brother-in, who is your son?" And Mingchuan smiled lightly, but there was an expression of undisguised pride on his face. "I can't reveal his identity, but I can reveal one thing to you, which is that this blue frost sword was given to me by my son." "What?" "That's a spirit tool." Lu Shui drew a sharp intake of breath as her eyes widened with incredulity. Spirit tools were considered divine weapons in the Hua Nation's cultivation world. Even cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage couldn't possess a spirit tool, let alone cultivators of the Dao body stage. However, that person had gifted a spirit tool to her. What kind of extravagance was this? "Your son is so powerful," she exclaimed after a moment. "It's just SOO," and Mingchuan replied indifferently, "Lu Shui." At this moment, Chang'ing spoke again. "The vital energy of Changbai Mountain is fluctuating, and the energy of heaven and earth is converging toward the mountain range. This village that has already been invaded by the Zombie King should be the place where it refined its corpse puppets. It's just that the corpse puppets haven't even been fully formed yet. So if we kill them, the Zombie King will most likely return in a fit of rage. Mr. Lin hasn't arrived yet, so let's find a place to hide." Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. They did not have much hope for the person who came to support them, and it was impossible for them to foolishly stand on the spot and wait for the Corpse King to appear. However, as soon as Chang'ing finished speaking, a cloud of black fog formed a barrier that enveloped the surroundings. A tender laugh suddenly rang out, filling the entire space. First, you came to destroy my pet, and now you want to play hide and seek with me. You bad guys really know how to play Rumble." An extremely powerful aura came from afar, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. "Everyone be careful. The black fog is corpse poison, don't touch it," Chang'ing shouted. At the same time, he pulled out the red long saber and looked forward as if he was facing a great enemy. "Don't resist. Obediently become this servant's corpse puppets, and this servant will give you a quick death." A woman passed through the black mist and slowly walked over. She said with a charming smile. She had a charming face, and her long black hair reached her waist. Her upper body was bare, and her breasts were surging. She wore a grass skirt around her slender waist, revealing a pair of long and sexy legs to the air. Everyone looked at this woman's voluptuous and enchanting body, but there was no trace of passion in their hearts. Instead, they felt a bone-piercing chill. This was because her skin was black with a hint of white, and a rich aura of death emanated from her body, making it difficult for them to breathe. Two golden-skinned men followed behind her like puppets, and their eyes were dull and lifeless. Chang'ing sensed the woman's boundless aura and knew that he was no match for her, but he still stood in front of everyone with a determined expression. "Don't act recklessly. Leave the Corpse King to me." He held his saber in front of his chest as he spoke with a sharp expression. What an adorable human. Your expression is not bad." The long-haired woman clutched her smooth lower abdomen and chuckled. "But who told you that I'm a Corpse King?" The woman's pupils suddenly turned a boundless black. Immediately afterward, a surging and violent aura crashed down upon everyone like a mountain. Tens of thousands of wailing ghosts and demonic corpses suddenly appeared in a radius of 15 feet around her. There was even a black dragon, formed from corpse energy, that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. "This is the domain." Chang'ing's body shuddered, and he was no longer able to maintain his composure. Domain? Could this be the legendary soul formation stage? It's over. We encountered a corpse goddess. What kind of **T2I luck is this? How did we encounter a soul formation stage enemy during a mission? There's really no way to escape now. Expressions of despair appeared on the faces of the dozen or so team members as they sensed the terrifying aura unleashed by the woman's domain. Lu Shui's features were deathly pale. She had never encountered such a powerful enemy before, and she could only stand rooted to the spot, completely at a loss for what to do. Is this the soul formation stage? And Mingchuan's expression was grave as he gripped his blue frost sword tightly. His body trembled involuntarily as he stared at the woman before him. This was an instinctive reaction to the massive disparity in power between them. Hee, don't be nervous. My dears, I'll be very gentle. A seductive smile appeared on the woman's face as her seductive eyes wandered over the dozen or so team members who were huddled together. In the end, her gaze settled on the long sword in Mingchuan's hand, and a peculiar expression appeared on her face. Oh, it looks like there's something good here. I've struck gold this time. Go and get that long sword for me. The corpse goddess issued a command, and the two golden-skinned corpse puppets suddenly sprang into action before pouncing toward Mingchuan. Don't even think about touching Mingchuan. Cheng Ying wielded his crimson saber and positioned himself in front of Mingchuan as he slashed toward the golden corpse puppets. The two golden corpse puppets didn't even try to evade. Instead, they threw punches toward the crimson saber. The crimson saber was imbued with scorching flames as it clashed with the golden corpse puppet's fists. Energy exploded forth, shattering the ground within a radius of 30 feet. Cheng Ying was forced back a few steps by the terrifying force, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. The two golden corpse puppets stood on the spot with a white mark on their fists, but aside from that, they were completely unscathed. The difference in power between the two was immediately apparent. How is this possible? Cheng Ying didn't think that even the corpse puppets refined by the corpse goddess would be more powerful than him. How was he supposed to fight this battle? Sai, why are you so slow? I can't wait any longer. Let me do it myself. The corpse goddess licked her lips with her pink tongue, and the black mist around her body transformed into two roaring black dragons that pounced toward Mingchuan with unstoppable force. The black dragons were imbued with the boundless power of destruction and death, and even the ground in their wake was corroded and blackened. The air became dark and viscous, striking despair into everyone's hearts. The corpse goddess smiled lightly. Even if Cheng Ying was standing in front of her, she would still be killed in an instant. Some of the team members had even collapsed to the ground with deathly pale faces at the sight of the oncoming black dragons. And Mingchuan was still facing the two black dragons. Even though he was nervous, he wasn't in despair because he knew that they hadn't lost yet. You dare to attack my father? Die! An enraged roar pierced through the black mist spell formation and exploded in everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, a golden fist enshrouded in lightning descended from the sky and shattered the unstoppable black dragons. Wind King, crushing pressure. Woof! A terrifying gust of wind crashed toward the corpse goddess, who was caught off guard. Immediately afterward, a white figure abruptly charged toward the corpse goddess, tearing through the corpse demon domain and knocking her to the ground. A pair of massive white paws locked tightly onto the woman's wrists, and a large but was pressed against the woman's smooth and flat abdomen. All of the team members, including Cheng Ying, drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared at the newcomer with incredulity etched on their faces. That insufferably powerful corpse god was actually knocked down by a giant white dog in an extremely accurate posture, and Mingchuan stared blankly at the figure on the white dog's back. That figure gave him a sense of security. His son had grown up before everyone had a chance to heave a sigh of relief. A sudden turn of events took place. The massive white dog seemed to have been severely wounded, and blood splattered into the air. All of the team members immediately tensed up, knowing that the corpse goddess had retaliated. A cry of surprise then sounded. Holy F asterisk CK, Big Brother N, why isn't she wearing any clothes? That's insane. Woof. Everyone. Chapter 307. F asterisk CK off, you perverted dog. How can you have a nosebleed just from looking at a zombie? F asterisk CK off, I don't have a beast pet like you. And Lin was enraged by the sight of Dubai's nosebleed. His flashy entrance had been ruined just like that. How could he not be enraged? The zombie goddess was pushed to the ground by Dubai, and a hint of rage and humiliation appeared on her face. F asterisk CK off. She roared as blue energy erupted from her body, sending Dubai and Lin flying. Dubai, you take care of those 2 golden corpse puppets. I'll take care of this female zombie. And Lin drew his evil-slaying sword and instructed. Dubai reluctantly glanced at the sexy female zombie. That seductive face, voluptuous chest, slender waist, plump buttocks, slender legs. Last night, he had seen hundreds of naked beauties, but none of them had a better figure than the one in front of him. He swallowed nervously. Big brother and... Can't we switch? Switch my A asterisk S. Do you think you can defeat a soul formation stage cultivator? And Lin snapped at the sight of Dubai's unwillingness to give up. Stop embarrassing me. Do you think everyone doesn't know you're a pervert? Oh. Dubai flew back to Mingchuan with a dejected expression. He stood in front of everyone with Ching-Ying and wiped the blood from his nose. The zombie goddess stood up and glowered at Lin with her inky black eyes. How dare you treat me like this? Don't blame me for letting you experience the pain of 10,000 Een devouring your heart. Her voice had only just fallen when a dark blue mist began to revolve around her body. This mist was imbued with the power of extreme frost, causing the air to freeze and the surrounding forest to be covered in a layer of frost. All of the team members nearby couldn't help but shiver in the cold. Ding dong! Right at this moment, the system in Lin's mind suddenly lit up. It was the special mission tab again, and it was flashing with a golden light. He immediately opened up the special mission and began to inspect it. Detected that host is in contact with the frosty energy of extreme Een, now assigning the following mission. To absorb the frigid Een chi from the corpse goddess and complete the activation of the Een god. The method of absorption was to circulate the energy absorption technique through mouth to mouth. Mission success. Activate the first stage of the Een god cultivation technique. Mission failure. Become a frozen man for 3 days. Note. The time limit for this mission is 1 hour. Yin and Yang techniques are hard to come by, so treasure them. And Lin, after reading this special mission, he didn't know where to start complaining. After metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and spirit cultivation, the Yin Yang series finally had a cultivation method. But should he be happy that he had a new cultivation method? The F asterisk king condition was a kiss on the lips. Although the zombie goddess was quite pretty, was he really going to kiss her on the lips? Would I get pregnant if I kissed her? Looking at the ferocious corpse god who was about to attack him, he felt a sense of frustration in his heart. Myriad Een soul locking sword. The corpse goddess gripped the air, and a dark blue sword materialized in her hand. In that instant, it was as if everything between heaven and earth had been frozen solid. Only her body was as fast as the wind as she pounced toward Lin, and the sword in her hand slashed toward him with the wails of a zombie. And Lin came to his senses and used the 6 strikes of the war god to block the corpse goddess sword strike. Boom! The entire earth crumbled as a storm of extreme frost erupted in all directions, freezing all of the plants within a radius of 500 meters. Cheng-Ying used his flaming saber formation to block the shock waves for everyone, but he was also forced into retreat by the frosty energy, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Big brother in. Do you think Senior and Lin will be able to defeat the corpse goddess? Lu Shui clenched her fists tightly as she watched the battle unfold before her with a nervous expression, and she couldn't help but lean toward Mingchuan. And Mingchuan felt a little strange to hear himself being called Big Brother Ching'an, but his son being referred to as Senior. However, his confidence in his son had never wavered, and he immediately offered words of consolation. "Don't worry, didn't my son say that? Even if he's a god, he has to kill him for us to see." All of the other team members also turned their expectant eyes toward Lin upon hearing this. Even though the anxiety in their hearts wasn't alleviated by much, they knew that this was their only hope of survival. On the battlefield, Lin seemed to have fallen into a passive position. The zombie goddess Blue, sword projection, lashed out relentlessly, and each and every one of her sword strikes threatened to freeze everything in its path. And Lin could only use the evil-slaying sword to keep the zombie goddess' sword strikes at bay, and he was completely unable to retaliate. All of the team members thought that the corpse goddess was too powerful, and all of them were watching the battle with tense expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Dabai, who was battling the golden zombie puppet, was extremely perplexed. Dabai was the most familiar with Enlin's power, and he knew that Enlin could use 6 of the 6 strikes of the war god to kill the corpse goddess. What was Big Brother doing? No one knew what kind of F***ed-up situation Enlin was in right now. To kiss or not to kiss? He looked closely at the corpse goddess to discover that she had a beautiful oval face and an extremely sexy figure. Her skin was fair with a hint of dark blue, which was clearly imbued with extremely powerful glacial energy. Big Brother, can't hold on much longer, can he? Let me add some more fuel to the fire. The corpse goddess licked her translucent lips with her pink tongue as she swung her blue longsword with even greater ferocity at the sight of Enlin's sword strikes. The corpse goddess's snake-like waist was also writhing violently, and the 2 snowy mounds on her chest were dazzling to behold. And Lin finally couldn't help but let loose a torrent of abuse. F***ck off. Don't push me too far. His aura suddenly transformed, and a white gust of wind enshrouded his inky black evil-slaying sword as he sliced through the corpse goddess Myriad soul-locking sword like a bolt of lightning. The corpse goddess's heart jolted with shock. She didn't expect Enlin to have such a terrifying sword technique up his sleeve. However, before she had a chance to react, Enlin's second sword strike had already been unleashed. The evil-slaying sword tore through the air and punctured her arm, upon which blue blood gushed forth. In the next instant, Enlin abruptly pounced toward the corpse goddess and pinned her to the ground. At the same time, his hands locked tightly around her wrists as he pressed his body against her 2 perky peaks. All of the team members' eyes widened upon seeing this. Dabai, who was in the process of twisting the golden corpse puppet's head off, stared blankly at Enlin with his mouth gaping wide open. This posture of falling down was actually so precise, even more precise than it. The corpse goddess' pupils contracted slightly as she stared blankly at the man before her. Screw it. Enlin took a deep breath and activated an energy absorption technique. Then he lowered his head and inched closer to the woman's sexy lips. The woman's lips were a little pale and translucent, so they should be a little cold to the touch. The corpse goddess opened her mouth slightly and exhaled a cool breath that lingered between Enlin's nostrils. Enlin felt like if he kissed her lips, they would be like jelly from the fridge, tinged with a hint of sweetness and coldness. However, that wasn't the point. The point was that his lips were already less than a centimeter away from the corpse goddess's. All of the team members were completely dumbstruck as they stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Lu Shui and Qingying were also dumbstruck and had even forgotten to breathe. And Mingchuan had also become a statue. Dabai felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Even the zombie goddess, who had always been unrestrained and unrestrained, was completely dumbfounded and had forgotten to do anything. Chapter 308. Just as Enlin was about to kiss her, the image of Su Xiaolan's beautiful features surfaced in his mind. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. No, how could he give his first kiss to a zombie? Enlin faltered upon hearing this. He could still feel the icy warmth from those sexy lips that were only inches away from him. He could also see the confusion and astonishment on the woman's face. Soon, the zombie goddess's glazed eyes regained clarity, and the blue frosty energy around her body exploded forth. And Lin was blasted flying by this energy, and his flesh and blood seemed to have been frozen solid as he tumbled to the ground. The zombie goddess stood up, and her body was trembling slightly. Her voluptuous chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing as she stared at Lin with her inky black eyes. Everyone fell into a peculiar silence again. No one dared to say anything. They couldn't see clearly what the situation was like right now. "No one has ever dared to make such a move on me." The zombie goddess squeezed a seductive smile onto her face as she caressed her lips with her slender fingers. "You sure are a lustful man. Seeing as how passionate you are, I'll spare your lives for now. Goodbye." A seductive voice sounded, and she winked seductively at the collapsed Lin. Then she stepped onto the black mist beneath her feet and quickly retreated in retreat. "Don't run." And Lin crawled up from the ground as wings of wind sprouted from his back. He knew that the zombie goddess had realized the difference in power between them and had decided to escape. However, there was no way he was going to let the zombie goddess go under these circumstances, so he immediately gave chase. At this time, the black corpse aura that had surrounded them suddenly shrank and surged toward them. This undead energy was created by the zombie goddess, so it wasn't something a normal cultivator could deal with. And Lin could only stop and use immortal spells to disperse the black mist along with Dabai and Qingying. After the black mist was dispersed, the zombie goddess was already nowhere to be seen. Damn it, she got away. And Lin was a little angry and self-blaming. If it weren't for his hesitation, he wouldn't have let her go. "It's all right, big brotherin. We'll catch her again and teach her a lesson, woof." Dabai spoke with an excited expression. "What? Teach her a lesson?" And Lin blinked. At this moment, everyone else gathered around him and looked at Lin with complex expressions. Many people expressed their gratitude toward Lin with reverence in their eyes. But there were also many people who looked at him with peculiar expressions. "Mr. Lin, I didn't think you had such a unique taste." Chung Ing chuckled drily. "Senior Lin, I thought your declaration of even if it's a god, I'll kill him for us to see, was very domineering. But now it looks like your declaration of even if it's a god, Aleph *ck him for us to see is even more shocking. Even if you lose, it's a glorious defeat." At this time, a male comrade spoke and gave a thumbs up. He was completely astonished by Lin's kissing of his own volition toward the zombie goddess. After the male comrade finished speaking, many other male cultivators also chimed in. It wasn't that none of them had designs on the zombie goddess, but the zombie goddess was so powerful that they wouldn't dare to do something like that. The only person who dared to do something like that was Lin, so he was worthy of admiration and admiration. "Hey, don't get the wrong idea. It's not what you think." And Lin finally figured out what they were talking about and immediately tried to explain himself. "Senior Lin, you don't have to explain yourself. You saved our lives, so it's normal for you to have some weird hobbies. We won't laugh at you." Lu Shui also stepped forward and spoke with a serious expression. Right at this moment, and Lin's shoulder was patted heavily. He turned around to find his father looking at him with a warm and steady gaze. "Son, I have no doubt about your strength. You have never disappointed me in this regard. I don't want to interfere too much with the matters between men and women. However, I'm actually against this. Let me explain it to you." And Ming Chuan began to ramble on about the stakes involved. And Lin was on the verge of tears upon hearing Ming Chuan's words. "Explain my A***. It's not what you think it is." And Lin had no choice but to cut this conversation short and suggest that everyone evacuate to a safe area first. The zombie goddess wasn't dead yet, so everyone felt like it was best to evacuate first. Thus, they listened to Lin's plan. And Lin rode on Dabai's back and thought about how to explain this. He didn't know how to explain it. He could explain accidentally pouncing on the zombie goddess. After all, Dabai had only pounced on it once. However, it was hard for him to explain his action of wanting to kiss her after pouncing on her. Couldn't help himself? Was he bewitched? Earth's gravity was too strong? Explain my A***s. He couldn't just say that he could learn a cultivation method just by kissing and sucking, right? Who would believe him? No. Su Xiaolan might believe him, but she would definitely slap Enlin in the face first. Sigh, how troublesome. Could it be that his reputation as a sword immortal Enlin was going to be tainted by the fact that he loved zombies? Soon, under Cheng Ying's lead, everyone arrived at the main station of the Changbai Mountain Expedition Team. This station was where the teams from the 3 nations and the 5 sects gathered. It was a place for information exchange and mutual support. And Lin arrived at the station and was instantly struck by a bone-chilling sensation. He immediately realized that this was a sign that the system had failed the mission. If he failed the mission, he would become a frozen man for 3 days. It looked like the time limit for the mission was up and the system was going to punish him. He didn't know what a frozen man was, but it definitely wasn't a good thing. Goodbye, Dad. And Lin immediately yelled. And Mingchuan turned to look at Enlin, only to discover that his face had become extremely pale. Little Lin, what's wrong? Big brother, and what's wrong? Don't scare me, Woof. Dabai also trembled as he sensed the chill emanating from Enlin's body. I'm fine. And Lin shook his head and quickly explained, I'm cultivating a cultivation method that requires me to become a frozen man for 3 days. During this time, send me to a safe place. No matter what happens, don't panic. He didn't believe that he would die after becoming a frozen man. The system was a scam, but it wasn't to the extent of directly scamming its owner to death. Wasn't the previous owner of the system an old man? This also proved that with a scammer system, one could still live to an old age. And Lin was just that optimistic. The chill became more and more terrifying. He felt as if his blood, bones, and flesh were all being frozen, and his teeth were chattering incessantly. A white frosty aura emanated from Enlin's body, freezing everything within a radius of 100 feet. Everyone turned to look at Enlin in shock, not understanding what was going on. And Mingchuan was given a fright by the sight of Enlin's pained expression, and he yelled, Little Lin, what the hell is this ice man? Why would he cultivate in such a terrifying cultivation method? Can you please stop cultivating this cultivation method? And Lin's lips twitched. How would he know what a frozen man was? The cultivation method was just an excuse he came up with to comfort them. He wanted to say something, but he spat out a mouthful of ice instead. Soon, a white layer of frost covered Enlin's skin. Immediately after, crystal-clear ice covered his entire body from the inside out. He didn't even have time to close his eyes before he was completely frozen by the ice. And Lin was completely frozen before everyone's eyes. Chapter 309. And Lin had frozen himself in broad daylight and was covered in a thick layer of ice. Just like that, all of the cultivators were astonished. Mr. and Lin's cultivation technique can freeze himself to this state. Cheng Ying was completely dumbstruck, as if his entire world had been refreshed. His eyes aren't even closed yet. Is he really going to be all right? Lu Shui's eyes widened with concern, and Mingchuan was also very concerned at the sight of Enlin's wide open eyes and the frozen expression of pain on his face, but he didn't know what to do. I'll take little Lin back to North Mist Mountain first. And Mingchuan knew that the zombie goddess was still alive, so even at the main outpost of Changbai Mountain, there would still be danger. The safest place he could think of was North Mist Mountain, so he decided to move Enlin's body there first. All right, Mingchuan will take Mr. and Lin away first. If you need any help, feel free to let us know. Cheng Ying bade farewell to Mingchuan with a concerned expression on his face. All right, I'll be thanking General Cheng in advance. And Mingchuan joined his fists in salute before making his way over to Enlin and hoisting him onto his back. Uncle Lin, put Big Brother in on my back. I'll take you there, Woof. Dabai spoke in the spirit beast language, and Mingchuan nodded before leaping onto Dabai's back with the ice-encased Enlin on his back. On a tall mountain surrounded by clouds and mist on North Mist Mountain, Within a pavilion, there was a middle-aged man sipping tea leisurely by himself. He then sensed a familiar aura and immediately opened a gap in the spell formation to welcome the familiar figure. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lin, you're done already? I can finally have a drink with you. Chuasia stood up with a smile on his face. Then his smile froze on his face. Why was in Mingchuan sitting on the dog? Holy F asterisk CK. And Mingchuan was carrying Enlin? And Lin had turned into a block of ice. And Mingchuan placed Enlin lightly onto the ground as he panted slightly. Chuasia quickly walked over, unable to conceal the shock on his face. Mingchuan, what? What happened to fellow Taoist Enlin? He's cultivating a technique that will turn him into a frozen person for 3 days. I placed him here to protect his safety. And Mingchuan looked up at the bright sun as he spoke with anticipation in his eyes. Let's bask in the sun for now. Let's see if the sun can warm my son up a little. Chuasia looked at the block of ice and didn't know what expression to put on. He had lived for so long, and Lin was currently in a very mysterious state. He did not fall into a deep sleep. His vision and hearing were not affected, but his body was constantly being invaded by the endless chill. It was a cold so cold that even his soul felt pain. This kind of cold power made him feel very uncomfortable. He could see his father's anxious expression, as well as Chuasia's worried and curious expression. He could see Dabai standing in front of him, staring into his eyes with wide, round eyes. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Dabai's face. It transmitted its voice into Enlin's ears. Big brother, and are you still alive? Can you speak? And Lin, he was unable to make any movements. Only his consciousness was awake, so he was naturally unable to communicate. Then he saw Dabai pull out his phone and make a call. Hey, Su Xiaolan, and Lin has turned into a block of ice. Do you want to come and take a look? It's fine. Don't be nervous. You only have 3 days to visit. Don't miss this opportunity. All right, I'll send you the coordinates. Hee woof. The call ended and he made another call. Hey, Su on Yuancheng, and Lin has turned into a block of ice. Do you want to come and take a look? Don't be rash. There's no need to take revenge. He transformed on his own accord. You only have 3 days to visit. Don't miss this opportunity. I'll send you the coordinates. Woof. Then, a conflicted expression appeared on Dabai's face. What a pity. I don't think I have Lu Qianhuan's number. Woof. Within the block of ice, and Lin's heart was extremely depressed. F asterisk CK. Why did he call so many people to visit his master? Dabai has really grown up. When he comes out in 3 days, he's definitely going to eat dog meat. Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyun were the first to arrive. They descended from the sky and landed in front of Enlin. To Enlin's relief, all of them wore expressions of concern on their faces. They weren't as heartless as Dabai. And Lin, what's the matter? Say something, don't scare me. There was a panicked expression on Su Xiaolan's pretty face. She patted the block of ice lightly with her fair hands in an attempt to wake him up. Xiaolan, don't be so agitated. It would be bad if you accidentally smash classmate Enlin into pieces. Su Qianyun hurried over to stop Su Xiaolan. Then I'll burn it with fire. A wisp of golden flame appeared on Su Xiaolan's slender fingers, and she jabbed it at the block of ice in front of her. This flame was imbued with the purest power of Yang, and Lin actually felt a surge of warmth from it. It was as if he had suddenly found a sliver of warmth in an ancient block of ice, and Lin was ecstatic. As expected, Su Xiaolan was the best. Aya, Xiaolan, don't be so agitated. It would be bad if you accidentally burn classmate Enlin. Su Qianyun hurried over to stop Su Xiaolan. And Lin, Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly, but she still stopped burning in the end. This was because she discovered that her flames were unable to even melt the outermost layer of ice. This was clearly no ordinary block of ice. Thus, Enlin's last sliver of warmth disappeared. He was once again immersed in boundless cold, and it was an extremely painful experience. If he could cry, he would have burst into tears long ago. How he wished for Su Xiaolan to continue burning the ice. Su Qianyan, why did you have to stop Su Xiaolan right at this moment? And Ming Chuan also came over. He was overjoyed to see Su Xiaolan. You're Su Xiaolan? I'm Enlin's father and Ming Chuan. And Ming Chuan looked at Su Xiaolan with a benevolent expression on his face. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she replied in a gentle and obedient manner, "Hello, Uncle Lin. I've heard about you from Enlin a long time ago. I have some small gifts that I wanted to give to you." And Ming Chuan was a little overwhelmed by the unexpected favor he received from Su Xiaolan. The more he looked at his future daughter-in-law, the more he liked her. After learning that Ming Chuan was Enlin's father, Su Qianyan also timidly pulled out a calming bead and stuffed it into Ming Chuan's hand. And Ming Chuan was completely mesmerized by Su Qianyan's exquisite beauty. Even at his age, he couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Su Qianyan was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. After learning that Su Qianyan and Enlin were also quite close, he immediately invited the two of them to the pavilion to drink some tea and chat about life. Even though Su Qianyan didn't know how to speak Mandarin, Su Xiaolan could translate for her. And Ming Chuan talked about interesting stories from the mortal world and Enlin's childhood, while Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyan talked about their experiences in the Kingdom of the 9 States. The three of them conversed happily. Dabai was also rubbing up against Su Qianyan and Su Xiaolan with excitement on his face. He was extremely happy and he was extremely adorable. Only a certain pitiful frozen man stood alone in a forgotten corner, silently listening to the conversations and laughter in the pavilion. The sunlight from the sky poured down and warmed the earth. It passed through the sparkling and translucent ice, but it could not warm his heart. Chapter 310. Just as Enlin was enjoying his time being frozen in ice, a man in a flowing white robe descended from the sky and landed beside Enlin. "Classmate Enlin, are you all right?" The man pressed his palm against the block of ice with furrowed brows. Enlin felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze at the sight of this extraordinarily handsome face and the gentle, yet caring voice. The man was none other than class president Xian Yuancheng. He was still as gentle as ever. Xian Yuancheng thought about it for a moment before drawing his long sword. The image of a yin and yang fish appeared beneath his feet. The wind and clouds instantly surged as he activated his Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi to the extreme. "Classmate Enlin, I'm going to cut open the block of ice and save you." Xian Yuancheng held his sword with one hand and brought the blade of the sword into contact with the block of ice, upon which a gentle force began to erode the block of ice. "Don't be rash, Big Brother Cheng. Big Brother and is cultivating. Woof!" Dabai immediately rushed out of the pavilion to stop him. "I know he's cultivating, but can't you see how much pain he's in? If possible, I want to try and save him so that he doesn't have to suffer so much." Xian Yuancheng spoke with a serious expression. "Wow, Big Brother Cheng really is a good person." And Lin was extremely touched upon hearing this. "Aya, Class President Xian Yuancheng, don't be rash. It would be bad if you accidentally hurt Enlin." Su Qianyan immediately stepped forward to stop Xian Yuancheng's actions. Xian Yuancheng agreed with Su Xiaolan's reasoning, even though he was using a gentle force to avoid hurting Enlin, who knew if this method would negatively affect Enlin's cultivation method. What if the external force caused Enlin to suffer from qi deviation? He had indeed been rash this time. Also, he had used all his strength just then, but the block of ice was completely unscathed. Sigh, Enlin is really worrying. Xian Yuancheng shook his head regretfully and sheathed his sword. Su Xiaolan also walked over and looked at Enlin with some anger. She said with dissatisfaction, "He always likes to court death like this. He doesn't even understand the feelings of us friends. What else can we do now? We can only wait." When Enlin heard Su Xiaolan's complaints, he immediately felt stifled. He really wanted to tell Fairy Xiaolan that he had only become like this in order to preserve his manhood. How was this courting death? This was a great perseverance. This was the reserve of love. Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, and Su Xiaolan look at each other speechlessly. Finally, Uncle Lin invites them to the pavilion for tea. And Lin continued to live his life as a lonely, frozen man. Unknowingly, the sun gradually set. After a brief discussion, the three of them decided to send Enlin to a hall in the VIP courtyard. They were all on very good terms with Enlin, and they couldn't bear to leave Enlin like this, so they settled down on North Mist Mountain. At night, the North Mist Mountain's grand misty cloud formation separated the outside world from the space here. Everything was extremely tranquil, with the occasional speck of starlight shining through the clouds and mist onto the courtyard. The block of ice in Lin was unable to sleep. After all, his eyes were wide open, and his consciousness was extremely clear. Furthermore, the bone-chilling cold was constantly assailing him, so there was no way he could sleep. The night was very long, and the light in the hall did not provide any warmth. It only illuminated this area. The sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. A green figure appeared before Enlin. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she looked at Enlin's face with a complex expression in her clear eyes. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to see you." It was Enlin's old friend, Su Xiaolan. She brought over a small stool and sat down beside Enlin. She rested her chin on one hand, and there was a faint trace of melancholy on her beautiful face. Enlin was very touched to see Su Xiaolan, but unfortunately he couldn't move. "Hey, Enlin, can you hear me right now? Are you awake or in a deep sleep right now?" She looked at the man beside her, and her gentle and pleasant voice sounded again. Enlin thought to himself, "Of course I can hear you, but I can't say it myself. Sigh, this kind of state is really giving me a headache." The block of ice in Lin was constantly emitting cold air, causing the temperature in the hall to be much lower than the temperature in the room far away. Su Xiaolan, who was the closest to him, couldn't help but shiver from the cold. "Enlin, are you cold? It must be very uncomfortable to be in this state, right?" Su Xiaolan pulled out a golden bead from her storage ring as she spoke. There were 9 small golden dragons swimming about within the bead, and the power of flames engulfed the entire hall as soon as the bead was activated, making the entire hall feel as if it were in the height of summer. This is the divine flame bead, and I inject flame power into it every day. The energy it's emitting right now is the purest flame power. Do you feel any better? Su Xiaolan placed the golden bead against Enlin's block of ice, and her other hand trembled as she stroked the block of ice that was exuding an extremely cold aura. She was very afraid of the cold. Perhaps it was because her flame power was no match for this block of ice, but her entire hand stiffened when she touched it. She felt like Enlin must be in a lot of pain as well, and she wanted to share some of the burden with Enlin. For some reason, Enlin really did feel bursts of warmth, as if he were being embraced by a warm body. "Go, don't stay here anymore." Enlin didn't bask in this warmth. He really wanted to yell and tell Su Xiaolan to leave. He saw Su Xiaolan's trembling fingers as she stroked the block of ice, and he also saw the determination in Su Xiaolan's eyes, as well as her hair that was covered in specks of white frost. Was this the backlash from the block of ice? Enlin was filled with remorse. He didn't think that Su Xiaolan would do something like this for him. He should have told her in advance not to let anyone else know about this. As expected, he was definitely going to eat dog meat after coming out of this place. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she spoke in a gentle voice. "As your old friend, I've never had the chance to do anything for you. You always like to court death, but I don't have the right to stop you. You always have a reason to court death, right? Perhaps you'll be able to master an ice-type cultivation method after being frozen? And Lin, you've guessed wrong this time. This is only a punishment. But even if I can't stop you, I still want to help you when you're in pain Su Xiaolan blinked as her intricate nose wrinkled slightly, as if she were trying to think of an excuse. This is the code of conduct I have as an old friend. And Lin's heart was filled with both warmth and heartache upon hearing this. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, it's late at night. Hurry up and go. What's there to talk about with someone who's frozen? In the end, she still left. She left at daybreak. She moved Lin to a pavilion on the summit of the mountain. You can continue to bask in the sun. I'm going to rest. Su Xiaolan's features were a little pale, but they were extremely beautiful under the light of the rising sun. And Lin sighed with emotion. He was the man who had spent a night with Celestial Maiden Xiaolan. It was just that both of them were in a rather strange state. One of them was busy activating his divine flame bead, while the other was too frozen to speak. This was a strange yet warm night. Not long after that, Dabai ran over. Holy F *CK, big brother I didn't see you in the living room just then, woof. An expression of shock appeared on Dabai's face as he stared at the frozen Lin. Who moved you here? And Lin. Silence was the only response he received. Dabai patted his own head as if he were remorseful for being so stupid. Big brother are you cold? And Lin, Dabai continued, I've been thinking about this for an entire night. If you can still see, I have a way to make your blood boil and heat up. And Lin became curious when he heard Dabai's solemn vow. He was then greeted by the sight of Da by arriving with a book in his hands. He opened it and placed it in front of Lin. There were all kinds of naked beauties posing in all kinds of seductive poses. A day's work begins in the morning. Blood vessels spurt, a pillar propping up the heavens. Is it hot? Is Big Brother hot? Dabai yelled excitedly, and Lin, as expected, the first thing to do after thawing was to eat dog meat. Chapter 311. Dabai seemed to be very excited in the morning as he flipped through a porn book for Lin to read. Big Brother, and this is my favorite. But this one's face is very seductive. I like it too, woof. And Lin's resentment continued to mount. He didn't want to look at it, but the book was right in front of him, and he didn't even have the right to close his eyes or turn his head away. At this moment, a familiar scream sounded. Su Qianyin covered her blushing face and turned to run away. And Lin! Dabai finally restrained himself upon seeing this and silently put away the porn book. Big brother I won't give up regardless of whether you can see these scenes or not. I didn't do all of this for you to remember my kindness. Yi Zichin sighed. I'm going to continue tomorrow, woof. And Lin! Don't worry, he definitely wouldn't forget Dabai's suffocating actions. In the morning, Xianyuan Cheng also woke up from his meditation. He wielded an antiquated long sword and began to practice sword techniques in front of Lin. Each and every sword technique was imbued with the essence of heaven and earth and was extremely intricate. His movements were elegant and charming, and there was only one word to describe it: handsome. Sure enough, such a delightful sword dance was the normal style. He should be watching this kind of stuff in the morning. And Lin looked at Big Brother Cheng, then looked at Dabai, and he wanted to eat dog meat again. Time slowly passed by. At noon, Su Xiaolan appeared in front of Lin again. Her complexion had recovered significantly, and she winked at Lin in a mischievous manner before walking over to the gazebo to chat, play chess, and drink tea. Classmate Xiaolan, why did you sleep for so long? Su Qianyin latched onto Su Xiaolan's arm and asked curiously. It's such a leisurely day, so I should sleep in. Su Xiaolan yawned and replied with a smile. Su Qianyin raised her head and complained. Xiaolan, I'm telling you, Dabai is such a hooligan. You should stay away from him. Woof! How can Su Qianyin slander me like this? Dabai immediately refused to accept this and said righteously, Everything I did this morning was what brother told me to do before he was frozen. And Lin. Should Dabai be steamed or braised? Su Qianyin's blue eyes widened as she asked in surprise, Really? Of course. Do you think I'm that kind of dog? Dabai replied seriously. What did Dabai do this morning? Su Xiaolan asked curiously. Well, a blush appeared on Su Qianyun's delicate face, and she was a little embarrassed to speak. It's actually something that men do all the time. It's very normal, you don't need to know. Dabai glossed over this in a nonchalant manner. Su Qianyun stammered and didn't reply. Su Xiaolan didn't pursue the matter any further, and everyone continued to chat about other topics. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief. There were still 2 days until Dabai's death. Time continued to pass by. Su Xiaolan would still sneak over at night to warm Lin up with the divine flame bead and accompany Lin through the long and cold night. In the morning, Dabai would still read porn to Big Brother and use the by family hot blood cultivation method to cure Lin of the freezing effect. Xianyuan Cheng would perform sword dances in front of Lin every day, hoping to relieve his boredom or simply show off some of his sword techniques. As for Su Qianyun, she clumsily surrounded Lin, not knowing what to do or say. She was very worried that she would hurt Lin if she didn't do a good job, so she would often stare at Lin with an adorable expression, wanting to see if Lin really wouldn't be able to move at all. And Mingchuan often came to chat with Lin and tried to persuade Lin to stop cultivating such a freakish cultivation method, telling him that all roads lead to Rome. The experiences of the past few days were very special to Lin, and Lin was still feeling very cold, but the bone-chilling cold was warmed by his family and friends. It was exactly because of them that Lin felt like being frozen wasn't that scary. At the very least, he wouldn't be lonely or despairing. The last day, the sun shone down on the translucent ice, which was now glistening with droplets of water. Classmate and Lin's ice is starting to melt. Su Qianyun exclaimed with elation. Phew, it really did melt after 3 days. I don't have to worry anymore. Xianyuan Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. Su Xiaolan looked at the ice melting around Lin with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. She wanted nothing more than to add more fuel to the fire so that it would melt faster. Dabai hid behind Mingchuan and looked at Lin with a guilty conscience. Big Brother and didn't hear what I said in the pavilion, right? Big Brother and will understand my good intentions, right? Crack. Cracks began to appear on the translucent ice before shattering like glass and falling to the ground. Without the support of the ice, Lin's body slowly fell toward the ground. Everyone was given a fright upon seeing this, and they immediately rushed over to help Lin up. Su Xiaolan pressed her soft hand against Lin's chest, and the pure and warm power of flames flowed into his body from her palm, warming his body and unblocking his frozen meridians. Thank you, I'm fine now. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan with a grateful expression as he stood up on his own. His body was recovering very quickly, and it looked like there weren't any side effects from being frozen, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, little Lin, you're finally awake. And Mingchuan wrapped his arms around Lin's body excitedly. Listen to Daddy, don't cultivate this kind of cultivation technique anymore, it's too scary. All right, I've listened to you for 3 days already, so I won't cultivate it anymore, and Lin replied with a smile. And Mingchuan was astonished. You were frozen, but you could still hear us. And Lin nodded with a smile. Of course, I can see and hear you. He looked around at everyone around him. It's so good to have all of you here. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly upon hearing this, and a bright blush appeared on her face as she clenched her fists tightly. She was starting to panic. Could it be that Lin knew everything she had said and done in the past 3 days? Dabai's body trembled upon hearing this, and he stuck out his tongue as he winked at Lin with all his might. All right, classmate Lin, you've only just thawed, so you should go get some rest. Xianyuan Cheng was still very worried about Lin, and he immediately suggested. And Lin didn't look at Dabai. Instead, he shook his head with a smile. No need. I'm in a pretty good state of mind right now. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dog meat. And Mingchuan faltered upon hearing this. Dog meat? I don't think there are many places that sell dog meat in the capital city. And Lin finally locked his gaze onto Dabai and a peculiar smile appeared on his face. "No need. Dubai weighs a few 100 kilograms. It's more than enough for us to eat. Everyone." Dubai's body shuddered, and he immediately turned to run. "You want to run?" And Lin chuckled coldly as wings of wind appeared on his back, and he charged toward Dubai like a gust of wind. Dubai's snowy white tail was grabbed by a large hand, and his entire body was flung backward by an immense force. "Spare me, big brother-in. I'm doing this for your own good. Woof woof." Dubai's face turned deathly pale as he howled in anguish. You should have thought of what would happen to me when you decided to court death." And Lin chuckled coldly as his fist descended upon Dubai's body without any hesitation. Howling wind and torrential rain, countless lightning boomed. Heaven and earth crumbled. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, 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 clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Dubai's anguished howls, filled with boundless remorse, reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 312. Dubai was beaten into a dead dog by Lin, and Lin finally gave up on the urge to turn it into dog meat after it begged for its life. Everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief upon seeing Lin's spirited state with gratified expressions on their faces. It looked like Lin was back to full health after beating Dubai to such a sorry state. Thus, everyone switched from dog meat to beef for dinner. At night, they held an outdoor barbecue at the summit of the mountain, and everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest. The next morning, everyone gathered at the heavenly lake on Changbai Mountain. Dubai didn't have a jade talisman, so Lin left it to guard the North Mist Mountain. Before setting off, Lin called Lu Qianhuan, Tang Shimin, Huguan, Yao Mingxi, Tian Lingling, and White Spirit Snake to remind them to gather at the heavenly lake. After that, he leaped onto his brick and flew toward the Changbai mountain range with Su Xiaolan and the others. Within the Changbai mountain range, 3 humans wearing red robes that covered their faces were shuttling through the forest. All of a sudden, one of the humans in red robes stopped in his tracks. "Master Duke, what's wrong?" a woman in a red robe asked. "There's a wolf." The man by the name of Duke opened his hand, and a crimson spear appeared in his hand. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn toward the crimson spear, and the forest was instantly filled with a murderous aura. At the same time, a dangerous aura began to surge toward the 3 people in the center from all directions. A series of black shadows appeared in the surroundings, each of which possessed an extremely powerful aura. "Filthy blood tribe, get the F*CK out of this mountain range," an extremely authoritative voice sounded. A huge wolf of 30 feet in size appeared in the center of the pack of wolves, and its golden eyes stared intently at the 3 people in the center like an ancient, ferocious beast. "Dark Wolf Tribe, I recall that your territory is in the Siberian ice plains. What right do you have to tell us to leave?" Duke spoke with a cold expression. The Changbai mountain range has always been a part of our Dark Wolf Tribe. Don't talk nonsense to me. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave or die." The leader of the huge wolves chuckled coldly. "Duke," he straightened his red robe. "Looks like there's nothing to talk about." Boom! The torrential blood wave, which carried a corrosive and depraved aura, suddenly gushed out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the plants withered and the earth became barren. "Haha, I'll have a taste of your great tonic today." The giant wolf leader sneered, and the pitch-black gale field enveloped its entire body. Its black claws slashed through the blood wave and collided with Duke's blood spear. Rumble! The huge collision set off a hurricane, causing the trees within a radius of 300 meters to bend towards the ground. This earth-shattering battle finally erupted in this desolate mountain forest. At the same time, the ninjas and onmyoji of Japan, the genetic warriors of America, and the Hidden Witch tribe had also snuck into Changbai mountain range to get their hands on the rare treasures. The change in the world's vital energy was too widespread. Not only were the cultivators in the country in an uproar, but even foreign cultivators came to investigate. The cultivators of the major celestial sects had also been mobilized in the past few days. The Changbai mountain range had truly become a battleground for the major powers. The battle had already begun before the treasures had even appeared. To the cultivators in the country, any foreign power that appeared here harbored ill intentions and wanted to steal their treasures. Hence, they would usually fight as soon as they saw them. This was also the case when it came to foreign powers. However, they would usually restrain themselves and lay low. There were only a few who were as hot-tempered as the Dark Wolf tribe. At the mouth of a volcano surrounded by 16 mountain peaks, there was a huge lake embedded in the mountain range. This was the renowned Heavenly Lake of Changbai Mountain. Due to the abnormal change in the world's vital energy, the Heavenly Lake of Changbai Mountain had been officially sealed off to prevent any visitors from entering. For streaks of light suddenly descended from the sky before landing on the edge of the Heavenly Lake. They were none other than Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Su Qianyin, and Shen Yuancheng, who had just arrived from North Mist Mountain. Wow, the scenery here is quite beautiful. Su Qianyin blinked her beautiful eyes in amazement. The scenery is indeed quite nice. Let's wait for them here. And Lin clapped his hands and led the way as they sat down. Shen Yuancheng looked around cautiously. There are still many cultivators hiding nearby. It's fine. The abnormality of the Changbai mountain range will definitely attract other cultivators. It's fine as long as they don't disturb us. And Lin wore a nonchalant expression. It's easy to cause trouble with too many people. I should set up a defensive spell formation around here. Shen Yuancheng was a cautious person and immediately suggested. Me too. Su Xiaolan was quite talented in spell formations. Since she had nothing to do, she also joined Shen Yuancheng in setting up a spell formation. Thus, Enlin and Su Qianyin were left to sit leisurely to the side. Su Qianyin was very quiet. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, she sat down to meditate and do some breathing exercises. And Lin couldn't be bothered to refine his core. There was no point in doing so anyway. Thus, he decided to go into the lake and catch a few fish to eat. The Heavenly Lake was a place where vital energy gathered, so the fish in it would definitely be very fresh and delicious. As a qualified foodie, he was naturally not going to let go of this opportunity. Splash! And Lin activated his water isolation immortal technique and leaped into the lake. And Lin entered the water and flicked his fingers. Each of his flicks was able to strike a fish at the bottom of the lake. He then pulled them to his side and put them away in his storage ring. He dove deeper and deeper. After diving for over 100 meters, the light was already very dim. At this moment, he was basically relying on his divine sense to attack. This aura is very well concealed. What kind of fish is it? And Lin's eyes lit up as he flicked his finger toward a certain spot in the darkness. A muffled groan sounded from the bottom of the lake. He was alarmed and began to pull the fish that had been struck by the line of water to his side. All of this happened extremely quickly. The line of water was suddenly severed by some kind of power. Baka! A voice suddenly sounded from within the darkness. And Lin! He flicked his fingers in quick succession, and a series of lines of water transformed into an inescapable net that shot toward the source of the voice. Another muffled groan sounded. And Lin's fingers did not stop as he continued to pull the black shadow toward him. Baka Yalu! An enraged roar sounded from within the darkness. F*CK. As expected of a F*King idiot. Do you want to die? And Lin's eyes narrowed. Within the darkness, a saber strike imbued with absolute killing intent sliced through the water before slashing toward Lin's chest. And Lin's expression remained calm and collected as he easily evaded the saber strike. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his fingertips. Lightning instantly crackled in the darkness of the lake as a blue light imbued with terrifying power spread through the surroundings. At the edge of the heavenly lake, Su Xiaolan and Xin Yuancheng, who were setting up a spell formation, suddenly saw a series of fish with their white bellies on the surface of the lake. Boom! A figure broke through the surface of the water. It was none other than Enlin, who had gone into the lake to catch fish. "Haha, I caught a big fish." He laughed heartily as he tossed the man who was foaming at the mouth onto the ground. "Wow, classmate Enlin, what kind of fish is that?" "It looks like a human." Su Qianyin stared blankly at the man who resembled a dead fish. "Enlin." "Classmate Su, big fish is a metaphor. He's a human, a stupid Japanese ninja." "There are ninjas here? I've heard that their spell techniques are quite interesting." Su Xiaolan also made her way over to them with a curious expression, and Lin nodded. "He must be hiding at the bottom of the lake for some reason. I'm planning to interrogate him for information after he wakes up." Right at this moment, the man with the charred face opened his eyes. "Who are you? We have no vendetta against each other. Why did you capture me?" "Japanese!" Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyin blinked as they looked at Enlin, as if asking what he was talking about. And Lin's lips twitched. "Do you speak Mandarin? Let go of me. Otherwise, when our pinnacle ninja, Hitaki Shunshanshi, arrives, you're dead." "Japanese!" the man roared. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but ask, "Classmate Enlin, what did he just say?" And Lin's chest tightened. Who am I supposed to ask? However, he couldn't just say that he didn't understand. He had clearly said that he was going to interrogate him for information. If he said that he didn't understand now, it would be very embarrassing. And Lin scratched his nose. He's right. He'd rather die than say what they're planning. "Bakiaru, let him go," the ninja said again. And Lin understood this time and translated, "He's calling us **stards and saying that he can do whatever he wants with us." Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyin nodded as they looked at the ninja with solemn expressions. The ninja's expression faltered upon seeing that Enlin had already drawn his evil slaying sword and was slashing toward his neck. Blood splattered through the air as a bloody gash appeared on his neck. Just like that, he died. In the end, the ninja's body was tossed back into the heavenly lake by Enlin. The beautiful name was Return to Where You Came From. Chapter 313. Just as the ninja was tossed back into the lake by Enlin to feed the fish, a commotion suddenly erupted in the forest in the distance. 3 inky black figures were extremely excited. They had a shadow spell technique, so normal cultivators wouldn't be able to detect them even if they were to look in this direction. "Aijurakuin has been killed. Master Hitaki Shunshanshi, we have to avenge him." One of the black figures yelled with rage. "Don't panic." A man with short white hair shook his head as he looked toward Enlin and the others with a grave expression. "Aijurakuin is a spirit-nurturing initial stage Jonin. That person was able to discover him and kill him at the bottom of the lake, so he must be quite powerful. Furthermore, he has companions of unknown strength, so we shouldn't act rashly." "Are we just going to do nothing now?" another black figure asked. "We have to avenge him, but now is not the time." Hitaki Shunshanshi spoke in an indifferent voice. "The Heavenly Lake is the place where vital energy is most concentrated in the Changbai Mountains. If there are any rare treasures or ruins, then they'll most likely appear here. Once the rare treasures or ruins appear, the situation will become chaotic and chaotic. We're proficient in assassinations, so it'll be a piece of cake for us to kill those cultivators." The other 2 black figures nodded in agreement. Their team leader's cautiousness and strength were the key to their team's success in every mission they carried out. This time they would let the man who killed Aijura live for a while longer. More powerful beings are coming. Hitaki Shunshanshi looked up into the sky. 2 cultivators flew through the air on their swords before landing beside Enlin. This scene caused the expressions of Hitaki Shunshanshi and the other 2 superior ninjas to turn serious. The fact that they were able to fly over on their swords meant that these 2 were powerful beings of the spirit nurturing stage or above. As such, and Lin's team became even more powerful. Don't worry, it's just 2 more spirit nurturing stage cultivators. As long as they're not as powerful as me, they won't be able to do anything, Hitaki Shunshanshi reassured. Not long after that, another man flew over on his flying sword. He did not conceal his aura, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. This aura was even more powerful than Hitaki Shunshanshi's. He also landed beside Lin. The corners of Hitaki Shunshanshi's mouth twitched slightly, but he still tried to cheer Hoshi up. We ninjas are skilled in assassination, and it's normal for us to defeat the strong with the weak. So even if the enemy is stronger than us, we can still defeat them by surprise. The other 2 jonins nodded in agreement. Ever since their debut, they had never been afraid of anyone. Just then, another pink trail cut through the clouds. A beautiful woman descended from the sky and landed beside Lin. Her aura was as vast as the sea, as if she was in the god realm. Hitaki Shunshanshi drew a sharp intake of breath and fell silent. Captain, a jonin spoke up in fear. Do you still remember what our mission is here? Hitaki Shunshanshi asked. It's to fight for the rare treasure and conquer the ruins. Another jonin chimed in. That's right. Then, what is the mission of our ninjas? Hitaki Shunshanshi continued to ask. The mission is number 1, and we have to put our lives on the line to complete the mission. The jonin replied in a passionate voice. Very good. It looks like you all understand. Our main goal is to complete the mission, not to take revenge. We can put aside Iwata's matter for now. Our mission is number 1. Hitaki Shunshanshi spoke in a righteous voice. Captain is wise. The 2 jonins spoke in unison, just as the 3 ninjas were correcting their thoughts and goals, and Lin had also finished setting up the spell formation. Phew, it's a success. Even a soul formation stage cultivator would be severely injured if they were to charge in recklessly with the Tai Chi Spirit Absorption spell formation and Phoenix Flame Golden Lightning spell formation. Su Xiaolan clapped her hands with a smug expression on her pretty face. Xianyuan Cheng stretched lazily. Since it's done, I'm going to meditate and rest for a while. Thank you for your hard work. I'll call you when I'm done grilling the fish. The fish from the heavenly lake are very delicious. And Lin smiled as he waved the grill in front of him. The delicious aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Yao Mingxi and Huguan smacked their lips as they stared at the grilled fish on the grill. Their eyes were almost glowing with greed. The deliciousness of the grilled fish was secondary. The most important thing was that this was the fish that their idol had personally grilled. To be able to taste the fish that their idol had grilled personally, they would eat it all even if it tasted like sh*T. Lu Qianhuan also put down her phone and sat down beside Lin as she looked at the large fish on the grill with great interest. She was wearing a pink and blue sailor outfit today, and her short pink hair was tied up into a pair of cute ponytails with a plain hairband. Coupled with her flawless features, she looked extremely youthful and alluring. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful Lu Qianhuan was, as an outdoor barbecue pioneer, and Lin's eyes remained glued to the grill due to his professional ethics. From time to time, he would flip, cut, add seasoning, and flip again. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. What's this seasoning? Wow, is it edible? It smells so good. I have a bottle of 100-year-old fruit spirit oil here. Can I put some on it? Lu Qianhuan felt that grilling fish was very interesting, so she chattered and asked questions. Soon the first fish was grilled. Lu Qianhuan, Huguan, and Yao Mingxi all licked their lips. However, Lin eagerly delivered the first fish to Su Xiaolan, who was meditating nearby. Su Xiaolan received the fish from Lin with a smile. Thank you. You're welcome. If you like it, I'll grill another one for you. And Lin replied with a matter-of-fact expression. Then he happily returned to grill the remaining fish. Lu Qianhuan gritted her teeth and glared at Lin with her purple eyes. Oi, your bias is out of the solar system. I've been cheering you on from the sidelines for half a day, yet you gave the first fish you grilled to Su Xiaolan, who was meditating off to the side. Cheering me on. And Lin rolled his eyes. I think you've been harassing me for half a day. Lu Qianhuan tugged on the corner of Lin's shirt angrily. I don't care. The second fish has to be mine. All right. And Lin nodded solemnly. As long as Su Xiaolan doesn't want to eat the second fish, then the second fish is yours. Lu Qianhuan. Not long after, Tian Lingling and White Spirit Snake also successfully met up with Lin's group. Tian Lingling was very lively, and she quickly mingled with the others. White Spirit Snake was surprisingly shy, and she didn't take the initiative to speak after introducing herself to everyone else. The only difference was that she was extremely proactive toward Lin. She constantly referred to Lin as Senior Poison Lord, and would occasionally muster up the courage to say a few words. It was only a matter of time before she joined Huguan and Yao Mingxi's team of diehard fans. What was worth mentioning was that White Spirit Snake was very beautiful. Her skin was as fair as jade, her face was an oval, and her body was as delicate as a willow twig. Her long, flowing hair was as beautiful as an ink painting. Perhaps it was due to her beauty, but Lin wasn't too repulsed by this diehard fan. Thinking about it, having a beautiful woman occasionally look at you with affection was much better than having two grown men look at you with affection. The former was a little proud, while the latter was a little horrified. Thus, Lin's team had officially assembled, and all that was left was to wait for the tomb to open the next day. Chapter 314. Nighttime. Changbai Mountain, Heavenly Lake. A 5-colored streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky above. The surface of the lake reflected the moon and stars in the night sky, and the surface of the lake shimmered with a turbulent undercurrent. The 5-colored streak of light only lasted for about 10 minutes, but it had attracted almost all of the cultivators in the Changbai mountain range. And Lin and the others didn't do anything too drastic. They just stood within the defensive spell formation and waited for the tomb to open. Many powerful beings gathered near the heavenly lake. Black shadows floated about in the forest, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. It could be said that danger was lurking on every side. If something substantial were to appear, a chaotic battle would ensue. Tian Lingling and Lu Qianhuan were already engaged in battle. Tian Lingling was playing a new game called League of Valor, and she was crushed by Lu Qianhuan even with her brick-like strength. Why did she still want to play? No **T. There was money to be made from playing with her. She could earn 100 spirit stones for every hour. Only an idiot would turn her down. However, what she didn't know was that back at Xiuxian United University, Lin and Lu Qianhuan's training fee was 1,000 spirit stones for every hour, but that didn't matter. Tian Lingling didn't know about this, so she was very happy playing. Lu Qianhuan was also very happy playing. Everyone was very happy, and everyone was very happy. On a certain mountain next to the heavenly lake, there was a pair of crimson eyes exuding a dangerous aura. The owner of this pair of eyes was an extraordinarily handsome man. His name was Dooku, and he was the supreme blood god, one of the most powerful beings in the blood tribe of the West. However, he was in a very disheveled state. His red robe and clothes hung from his body like a sling, and he looked like a beggar on the streets. Howl! At this moment, a proud wolf howl erupted from the top of a mountain in the distance, and it reverberated throughout the heavenly lake and the dozen or so nearby mountains with boundless might. Master Dooku, the Dark Wolf tribe is provoking us. A man in a red robe gritted his teeth as he spoke. Duke looked at a mountain peak in the distance. His red eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, but it soon dimmed. This time, the leader of the Dark Wolf clan was very strong. He was not a match for him at all. In the battle at the Changbai mountain range, they were quickly defeated and chased for more than 15 kilometers. Let's focus on the treasure now. We'll settle the score with the Dark Wolf tribe later, Duke said coldly. At the same time, Lin and the others also heard the wolf howl. The wolf howl carried an extremely cold and ruthless aura, as if it was warning and demonstrating to the cultivators near the heaven pool. Tian Lingling's expression shifted in fright, and her petite body involuntarily shuffled toward Lin. Wow, whose wolf is this? It's howling so loudly. Lu Qianhuan exclaimed in surprise. Loud? Even my dog barks louder than it. And Lin's face was full of disdain. What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? You're disturbing my peace. Su Xiaolan yawned and continued to meditate. It's probably dog sh*t. It really is quite uncivilized. Tang Shimin also gave a rare serious comment. Tian Lingling. Why are you guys so calm? Such a powerful aura. That wolf should have reached the soul formation stage. A warm smile appeared on Xianyuan Cheng's face upon hearing this. Little sister Tian, did that wolf scare you? Do you want me to go kill it? Forget about it, big brother Cheng. Little Lolis is quite timid. Even a snake can scare her, so there's no way we can kill all of them. And Lin waved his hand. Let's not get into any trouble. Tian Lingling was enraged, and a blush appeared on her delicate little face. She didn't know how to refute Lin's words. Nonsense. Have you seen me being scared by white spirit snake? And Lin, Xianyuan Cheng, what the F***CK? Aside from the fact that white spirit snake's Dao name was related to snakes, what other characteristics did she have? If she was scared by a Dao name, then she really didn't want to live anymore. After the wolf's howl, there were no other sounds from the heavenly lake. Everyone was silently waiting for that moment to arrive. The sun rose up from the horizon. Wisps of golden sunlight shone through the mountains and onto the surface of the heavenly lake, gilding the ripples on the surface of the lake with a golden hue. A light breeze was imbued with rich, vital energy, making everyone feel extremely refreshed. On this day, Lin and the others' expressions also became solemn. After all, the celestial court had predicted that the Shouyang tomb would be opened at this time. In the sky above, the wind and clouds began to surge. Tiny bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the calm lake. At the same time, the vital energy of heaven and earth began to converge toward the center of the heavenly lake. At this moment, everyone was on their toes. This was a sign that the power of heaven and earth was about to open up another dimension. Ruins, this is the opening of an alternate dimension. A cultivator in the forest began to yell with excitement upon seeing this phenomenon. Not only him, but almost everyone else also began to stir. Many figures began to emerge from the forest. Some even appeared at the edge of the heavenly lake, fearful that they would be slower than the others. How many years had it been since an alternate dimension had appeared on Earth? Without a doubt, this was a huge treasure trove. Boom! The mountains began to tremble and the lake water began to boil, creating waves. The vital energy converged to form a mighty force that surged toward the sky. Kacha! As if something had shattered, a white door of light about 30 feet in size suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. Instantly, heavenly music rang out, and a 5-colored divine light descended from the sky. It was the spatial door of the ruins. At this moment, almost all the powerful beings in the area began to move. Blood God, Dark Wolf God, Peak Ninjas, Chinese cultivators, reclusive witches, genetic warriors, one powerful aura after another erupted as they transformed into streaks of light that shot toward the door of light. Only Lin's team remained where they were, as if they wanted to confirm something. The fastest ones were a streak of blood and a streak of black light. Both of them reached the door of light almost at the same time. Get lost, filthy blood tribe. The dark wolf god's claws turned into 5 pitch-black gusts of wind that carried the power of death and destruction as they attacked the side, forcing Blood God Duke to retreat. Haha, I'll be going first. A victorious expression appeared on the dark wolf god's face as he charged into the door of light. Boom! The deafening sound caused waves to appear on the surface of the lake. The dark wolf god tumbled into the lake with a dizzy expression. F***CK. What's going on? He felt as if his head had crashed into an indestructible barrier. He had used too much force, and the entire world was spinning. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Duke sneered as he turned into a streak of blood and charged toward the door of light with the blood spear in his hand. Boom! He stabbed the blood spear toward the door of light. Unexpectedly, the powerful rebound force struck him, causing him to retreat over 100 meters as blood seeped out of his mouth. What's going on? Can't we enter the spatial door? The cultivators behind them were all astonished upon seeing the state of the dark wolf god and the blood god. Perhaps there's only a cultivation-based restriction. Let me go first. A fat cultivator charged toward the door of light on his sword, and the powerful force of his sword sliced the lake in half. He was the talisman prodigy of the Shangqing immortal sect, Qin Jing Tian. He was a powerful cultivator of the spirit-nurturing final stage. Boom! Another resounding boom erupted. The fat cultivator's body was plastered to the door, and his long sword fell into the lake, creating an extremely pitiful sight. And Lin smiled lightly upon seeing this. As expected, no one else can enter the spatial passageway. Now it's our turn. Chapter 3:15. Let me try as well. A Tao body stage cultivator stepped over the water and charged toward the gate of light, only to be knocked out by the force of the collision. Many cultivators tried to break through the gate, but all of them failed. Some used their bodies, some used weapons, some used immortal spells, and some used spell formations as they failed again and again. The initial fervor began to die down, and everyone began to think of a way out of this predicament. And Lin and the others took this opportunity to charge toward the gate of light. Tian Lingling and White Spirit Snake stood on his black brick, while the other 7 cultivators flew toward the center of the lake atop their swords. There were a total of 8 spirit nurturing stage cultivators. No one was going to stand in the way of such a terrifying team. Even the blood god and the wolf god remained silent. The 3 ninjas hiding in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to move, were silent at the moment, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Lu Qianhuan, take Tian Lingling and White Spirit Snake inside first, and Lin instructed. The situation within the Shouyang tomb was unknown, so they needed a powerful cultivator to lead the way. Meanwhile, the weaker cultivators had to enter as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Lu Qianhuan nodded and brought out her jade talisman before activating her vital energy against the gate of light. The spatial gate instantly glowed with a brilliant white light, and Lu Qianhuan's body transformed into specks of golden light before being sucked into the gate of light. Tian Qi instantly fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. Even their breathing became rapid. At this moment, White Spirit Snake had already activated her jade talisman. It took about 10 seconds for the jade talisman to be activated to enter the gate of light. Anyone who wasn't an idiot understood what was going on. Jade talismans can allow cultivators to enter the spatial passageway of the ruins. Do all of those cultivators have jade talismans? Just how tempting was the alternate dimension? Everyone immediately provided an answer. Human cultivators, hand over your jade talismans or die. A bloodthirsty light burst forth from the dark wolf god's eyes again, and the pitch-black, scorching wind domain expanded outward as it unleashed its peerlessly powerful aura. In its eyes, those were only a few spirit nurturing stage cultivators who knew what to do if they wanted to live. White Spirit Snake disappeared into the gate of light, and Tian Lingling turned to Lin with a concerned expression. Continue, we'll hold them off outside, and Lin said calmly. Tian Lingling gritted her teeth and activated her jade talisman. The dark wolf god flew into a rage. You're courting death. At the same time, Shuai-Shin did not even bother to say anything. He held his blood spear and charged towards Enlin and the others. At the same time, the ninjas, genetic warriors, reclusive sorcerer tribes, wolf packs, blood kings, all the forces of the various powers rushed toward Enlin and the others. There were only 7 jade talismans left, and the number of spots was limited. How could he care about anything else now? Snatching one was one. At this moment, no one thought that Enlin and the others would be able to survive. The army of 2 soul formation stage mighty figures and over 20 spirit, nurturing stage cultivators was far too terrifying. Xian Yuancheng took out an array disc. Rumble. A gargantuan spell formation appeared around the Gate of Light. Scorching flames and golden lightning of extreme yang swept out in all directions. With an unstoppable force, they directly repelled the army's attack. Blood God Duke and the Dark Wolf God were also forced into retreat by the terrifying power of the spell formation. These were none other than the Tai Chi Spirit Absorption Formation and Phoenix Flame Golden Lightning Formation that Xian Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan had set up. Xian Yuancheng temporarily stored these spell formations into his array disc before setting them up in front of the Gate of Light. Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of all the powers present at the sight of this extremely powerful spell formation. Even the Blood God and the Dark Wolf God had grave expressions on their faces. There's a limit to the power of this spell formation. The more we attack, the faster its power will be depleted. A peculiar light flashed past the Dark Wolf God's eyes. As soon as it finished speaking, the powerhouses from the various forces knew that time was of the essence and immediately began to attack with all their might. Rumble. The multicolored and extremely powerful attack caused the array formation to tremble violently. Tian Lingling had already entered the spatial gate, followed by Yao Mingxi and Hu Guan. After Hu Guan and Yao Mingxi entered the spatial gate, the power of the defensive spell formation was almost completely depleted. It was as thin as a thin piece of paper and could be torn apart at any moment. And Lin looked at the remaining 4 people with a smile. Who's going first? A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The other 3 also looked at Enlin with smiles on their faces. And Lin scratched his head sheepishly. Then let's have a go? I've been itching for a long time. Do you really think we're pushovers? Tang Shimin chuckled heartily as he drew his long sword. Do you want to keep him alive? Xian Yuanqing asked as he drew his antiquated long sword. They all want to kill us and steal our treasures. Don't worry, it's not against the law. And Lin chuckled. A black streak of light fell like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart the final barrier of the spell formation. And Lin and the others were just about to act when another unexpected scene unfolded. 5 or 6 powerful Huan Nation cultivators finally stopped hesitating and flew toward Lin and the others, standing on the same side as them. Hurry up and go in. We can't let the treasures fall into the hands of foreign forces. Fatty, Chen Jingtian yelled. Hurry up and go into the ruins. We'll hold them off. Another cultivator also spoke with a grave expression. Not only Lin, but even Xian Yuancheng and the others were astonished by this scene. These cultivators chose to stand up to the enemies and allow Lin and the others to enter the spatial passageway. One had to realize that these cultivators would most likely die in the face of the Blood God and Wolf God's attacks. Brother, of course we have to enter the ruins. However, we have to kill these suicidal enemies first. And Lin smiled at Chen Jingtian as he drew his evil-slaying sword. What are you saying? Are you guys going to fight? Chen Jingtian's expression faltered. Dream on. None of you are going to get away. The Dark Wolf God had already appeared before Lin, and its sharp, inky black claws descended upon Lin with the power of death. And Lin's eyes turned snowy white, and streams of white wind revolved around his sword as he closed in on the Dark Wolf God at an even more terrifying speed. black light and white light intertwined, but there was no collision. In the next instant, the dark wolf god switched places with Lin and appeared in his opponent's previous position. The dark wolf god's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. How could this be? You're only of the spirit nurturing stage. You're only of the spirit nurturing stage. A ghastly gash extended from the dark wolf god's head all the way to its tail. Swish! Blood splattered through the air. The dark wolf god's body was sliced in half right before the astonished eyes of countless powerful beings. A mighty figure of the soul formation stage had fallen, just like that, caught off guard. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Hua Nation cultivators who wanted to shield Lin and the others from entering the ruins also gaped in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. After doing all this, Lin waved his sword through the air in a very natural manner as he looked at the powerful beings charging toward him with a cold expression. In the next instant, Su Qianyin, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and Tang Shimin also sprang into action. They were going to show these powerful beings what the true terror of the spirit nurturing stage was. Chapter 316. After the Dark Wolf God was insta-killed, Blood God Duke stopped in his tracks. Which was more important, entering the ruins or his life? Of course his life was more important. At this moment, a lithe and graceful woman in a green dress was already charging toward him. Duke's expression shifted. This woman was only of the spirit nurturing final stage. Should I insta-kill her, steal a jade talisman, and rush into the ruins? He might not be able to defeat the cultivator with the black sword, but his life force was much more powerful than the dark wolf god's. He wouldn't die even if he were to be mortally wounded by a dozen or so sword strikes. He might as well take advantage of this situation. As long as he didn't fight the cultivator who killed the dark wolf god head-on, he would be fine. Duke glanced toward the cultivator with the black sword. The cultivator didn't move, but the woman in the green dress had already charged toward him. A ferocious expression finally appeared on his face. Die! Duke condensed a crimson spear and unleashed his full power, stabbing it toward the woman in the green dress like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, the entire space screeched from the sudden thrust of the crimson spear, and vital energy surged violently like a tidal wave. This was his full power strike, and he was aiming to puncture the woman's heart with a single strike. The woman flipped out a long sword in her hand, one blade burning with raging flames and the other crackling with lightning. Heaven and earth trembled as the sword fell. Duke's eyes widened, and a sense of fear suddenly welled up in his heart. Then the suffocating power of fire and lightning crushed the crimson spear and sliced his body in half. The sword strike didn't stop there, and the water of the heavenly lake was also sliced in half. Lightning wreaked havoc, and the terrifying flames caused the surface of the lake to boil. At the same time, the two halves of the blood god's body wailed in agony. The heaven and earth scorched the two halves of his body, and the terrifying lightning obliterated every inch of his flesh and consciousness. His powerful life force was being destroyed at an insane rate. The blood tribe was most proud of their powerful life force. Even if their bodies were sliced in half, they could still regenerate. But in this situation, it looked like he was about to be killed by a single sword strike. Duke's expression was filled with despair, and there was only one voice roaring in his heart. This is F** King Spirit Nurturing Stage? Such a terrifying sword strike, and you're telling me this is F** King Spirit Nurturing Stage? The azure-clothed woman was none other than Su Xiaolan. She stood proudly in midair with her dragon sparrow sword in her hand. She looked down at the two halves of the body in the air with a cold expression, as if she were a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. The majestic blood god Duke's flesh and blood had turned into green smoke amidst the flames and lightning. Another instant kill? The cultivators who were hesitating whether to participate in the battle widened their eyes in disbelief. The Chinese cultivators turned to look at the woman in the sky with awe in their eyes. That was a blood god with an extremely terrifying life force. Yet it was slain by a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage with a single sword strike. This was simply indescribable. Even though it had happened right before their very eyes, they still found it hard to believe. Even Lin was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen Xiaolan, who had perfectly integrated Xinyan's inheritance in action. He didn't think that she would be able to slay a soul formation initial stage blood god with a single strike. The combination of the dragon and phoenix bloodlines, coupled with the immortal tool, the dragon sparrow sword, really was a force to be reckoned with. As for those hostile foreign forces, they were so scared that their teeth were chattering. However, this was only the beginning of their nightmare. Su Qianyin wielded the moonlight disc, which flew through the air in a series of blue trajectories. She was unstoppable among the dark wolf tribe wolves, regardless of whether it was the ferocious wolves or the powerful wolf king. All of them were sliced in half before they could even take a single strike. Tang Shimin faced off against a few fully armored genetic warriors, but he was also able to slay them with a single sword strike without any hesitation. Alloy armor? Sliced through with a single sword strike. Flames, ice, blades of wind, missiles, light cannons, electromagnetic weapons. A peerlessly domineering sword projection crushed all of them. The genetic warriors from the United States were all slain on the spot. They were supposed to be invincible below the soul formation stage, but now they were being pummeled like dogs by a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator. Shenyuan Cheng slashed 2 massive gashes into the backs of 2 fleeing red-robed blood kings. Blood splattered onto the surface of the lake, turning it crimson. Damn it, where did these cultivators come from? Even Master Duke was killed. One of the Blood Kings looked behind him with lingering fear. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shenyuan Cheng wasn't chasing after them. Thankfully, not all of the spirit-nurturing stage cultivators in that team were as terrifying. We managed to escape with our lives. Another Blood King had a look of relief on his face. Myriad spirit fate die. Xianyuan Cheng's soft cry traveled over from the distance. The sword wounds on the backs of the 2 Blood Kings suddenly began to fester and spread in all directions. Their life force was draining away at an alarming rate. Ah, damn it, what is this? One of the Blood Kings howled in pain. He looked toward his companion who was fleeing with him, and an expression of despair suddenly appeared on his face. His companion's face withered, and his hair turned white. In the end, his life force dissipated, and he crashed to the ground. No! The Blood King howled in despair. Then his body also began to plummet toward the ground. Xianyuan Cheng was very busy. He turned around and charged toward the hidden sorcerer tribe. The 3 F** King's stupid ninjas used a concealment spell technique to conceal themselves near the heavenly lake gate of light. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they almost pissed themselves in fear. They had initially planned to take advantage of the chaos to steal their jade talismans, but then they saw Enlin insta-kill the wolf god. Hataki Shanshanshi made a prompt decision to not target Enlin. Instead, he planned to target the other team members. That woman looks weak and fragile. She's only spirit nurturing final stage. Let's assassinate her. Team leader is wise. However, before they could even make a move, they saw the woman slay the blood god with a single slash of her sword. Hataki Shanshanshi, the other 2 superior ninjas, shuddered. A chill ran down their spines. Thank God they didn't attack her. Let's look at the others. Hataki Shanshanshi gritted his teeth and looked toward the other cultivators who had jade talismans. One of them had beaten the Dark Wolf tribe into a sorry state. Another had annihilated the entire team of DNA warriors. Another had used a strange sword technique to kill 2 Blood Kings. Now he was chasing after the hidden sorcerer tribe. Hataki Shanshanshi felt a little weak, and his chest felt a little tight. F***CK are all the spirit nurturing stage cultivators in this team freaks. Thinking back to how he had wanted to take the head of the enemy leader from this team, he felt a chill run down his spine. Team leader, should we make a tactical retreat? One of the team members couldn't help but suggest. Hatake Shunshanshi felt like this team member was right and immediately nodded. All right, learning to endure humiliation is the #1 rule of a ninja. Thus, the three of them unleashed concealment spell techniques and tried to sneak away. Humph. I knew you stupid King Japanese would come here. I've finally found you. A voice full of energy suddenly exploded in the ears of the three people. The three of them turned around to find a fatso standing behind them. He was holding a disc of abstruse secrets in his hand, and he was looking at them with a cold smile on his face. It was none other than the talisman prodigy, Qin Jingtian. A golden talisman had already appeared beside the three of them at some point in time. Crap, retreat! Hatake Shunshanshi yelled. Boom! The terrifying explosion transformed into a huge ball of flames that swept forth in all directions, transforming the area within a radius of 100 feet into a sea of flames. Haha, how's the taste of my talismans? Don't even think about getting away. Qin Jingtian laughed heartily as he tossed out another 3 talismans, each of which formed a white cage formation that trapped the 3 of them in place. Die. Hatake Shunshanshi glowered at Qin Jingtian with a cold expression. Qin Jingtian was only a spirit-nurturing final stage cultivator, and he wasn't a member of the freak team. So Hatake Shunshanshi wasn't afraid of him. Kill him! Hatake Shunshanshi roared as he sprang into action. The other 2 jonins also charged toward Qin Jingtian as the kunai in their hands glowed with a cold light. Kong Tong Fire Snake! Qin Jingtian tossed out another talisman, which transformed into thousands of fire snakes, with sharp fangs that pounced toward the 3 jonins. The 2 jonins unleashed water dragon missiles, which crashed into the group of fire snakes, causing water vapor to rise into the air. A bolt of lightning pierced through the water vapor. It was Hatake Shunshanshi who had broken through the attack of the fire snakes. The bolt of lightning in his hand was imbued with terrifying power as it flew toward Qin Jingtian. This was a technique that Hatake Shunshanshi was most proud of as a ninja. He could definitely kill a fat and talisman-throwing sorcerer like Qin Jingtian with 1 strike. However, right at this moment, the flying sword beneath Qin Jingtian's feet suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A flawless sword projection clashed with the bolt of lightning in Hatake Shunshanshi's hand. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept through the air. Hatake Shunshanshi stumbled back frantically as blood flowed from his hand. He looked up at Qin Jingtian with shock on his face. Holy CK, aren't you supposed to be a talisman prodigy? Qin Jingtian held his sword in front of him as his aura transformed into that of a sword immortal. Fat otaku wields unparalleled sword. Hatake Shunshanshi. Baka. Chapter 317. Hatake Shunshanshi was also enraged by Qin Jingtian's words. Wielding his ninjato, he started fighting with Qin Jingtian. The 2 jonins also joined the battle, occasionally using various spells to attack Qin Jingtian. However, Qin Jingtian was still able to use his exquisite swordsmanship to completely suppress Hatake Shunshanshi. What the hell? He's known as a talisman genius in China. Why is his swordsmanship so powerful? The more Hatake Shunshanshi fought, the more shocked he became. He was trapped by the sword auras, and it was as if he was trapped in a quagmire. Even escaping was an extravagant hope. Qin Jingtian smiled faintly. Even a fatty has a dream of becoming a sword immortal. The reason why he was known as a talisman prodigy was purely because when he was at home, he would draw talismans when he had nothing better to do. Master Yu Mu had taken a liking to him. His aptitude for talismans was very high, but his favorite was still the sword. His strongest weapon was the sword. Eat my move. 2 dragons toying with a pig. Chun Jingtian flicked the tip of his sword, and 9 water dragons roared furiously towards the man in front of him. Hataki Shunshanshi was shocked. Weren't there supposed to be 2 dragons playing with a pearl? Why were there 9 dragons? As he retreated, he chopped the water dragon with his ninjato, but Chun Jingtian was nowhere to be seen. Hataki Shunshanshi immediately went on high alert and looked around. Finally, he saw that Chun Jingtian was actually aiming his spear at his 2 teammates. One had already been sliced in half by Chun Jingtian, and the other had been trapped by a talisman. Hataki Shunshanshi flew into a rage. Baka! Then he turned around and ran. Yes, he was making a strategic retreat. His teammates had already stalled the fatty. He couldn't let his teammates' sacrifice go to waste. After killing the second jonin, Chun Jingtian turned around and looked at Hataki Shunshanshi, who was running away with a mocking smile on his face. Do you really think you can escape? Hataki Shunshanshi thought that he had already escaped with his life. But suddenly, the space around him began to warp slightly. Am I hallucinating? He turned his head to look behind him and saw a halo of blue light that resembled a beautiful crescent moon. A chill of death filled his heart, and his whole body trembled. In the next instant, the wheel of light disappeared. More accurately speaking, the moonlight wheel was already behind him. Hataki Shunshanshi had never imagined that he, who had led an invincible life, would die in such a mysterious manner in the end. The blue moonlight returned to Su Qianyun's side and circled around her slender waist like a fairy. Blood had already dyed the heaven lake red. Countless experts had fallen, and the ones dominating this battlefield were the 5-spirit, nurturing, final stage cultivators. The blood race, the dark wolf race, the ninjas, the hidden sorcerer race, the genetic warriors, and the scattered experts of the foreign forces were almost all dead. The remaining cultivators who didn't attack all stood in place, not even daring to breathe loudly. They looked at the 5 people on the lake with reverence. In the forest, the stupid yin-yang master trembled all over and could only sigh helplessly. The cultivators of Cathay are truly crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Let's retreat. A certain white, round, levitating orb began to fly back to America after recording some shocking data. In a certain hidden strategy department, everyone looked at the feedback data with a sour expression. Many of the powerful cultivators who had refrained from attacking all retreated. This was no longer something that they could lay their eyes on. They had developed a new understanding of the Hua Nation cultivators. If they had to use a word to describe them, it would be terrifying. This battle had given them far too much shock. The cultivators of the Hua Nation were not to be messed with. This was going to become an ironclad rule. Otherwise, a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator could come and kill their ancestor. Brother, now that the enemies have been taken care of, I'm going to go into the ruins. Shall we have a drink after we come out? And Lin led everyone to Chun Jingtian and the others with a smile. From the moment Chun Jingtian and the others stood in front of Enlin and the others, Enlin had already viewed them as friends. Chun Jingtian was a little dazed. He didn't think that these people would be able to win against such powerful enemies. Furthermore, they had won so cleanly and decisively. All right, let's drink to our heart's content then. Chun Jingtian wasn't a pretentious person, and he immediately nodded in agreement. The 2 of them exchanged phone numbers and waved goodbye. This time, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Su Qianyun, Xian Yuancheng, and Tang Shimin used their jade talismans to enter the spatial gate. No one dared to stop them anymore, and they left the heavenly lake in peace. Chun Jingtian heaved a light sigh as he looked at the 5 of them. Initially, Master told me that these ruins didn't belong to us and told me not to go. I didn't believe him at first. These ruins clearly belong to everyone, so why would they have to hand it over to the nation? But now I believe him. Some things can't be forced. In any case, this battle was still very meaningful. At the very least, we've made the cultivators of the other nations fearful of us. This is a great honor to the Huan nation cultivators. Another male cultivator chimed in. Chun Jingtian faltered slightly upon hearing this before nodding with a smile on his face. He clasped his hands behind his back, and his robes fluttered in the gentle breeze. A fatso like this made him look like a powerful cultivator. At the same time, a man wearing aviator sunglasses was stowing away one turtle shell after another at the edge of the heavenly lake. He turned to the beautiful woman beside him with a smile. I told you Mr. and Lin's trip to the heavenly lake was completely risk-free, but you refused to believe me. The woman pursed her lips. That's enough. Crack-shot clairvoyant lives up to his reputation. You're too kind, I'm just eso. The man adjusted his aviator sunglasses with a nonchalant expression on his face. The woman rolled her eyes at clairvoyant before putting away her peepa with a smile. Who would have thought that the cultivator who bought the complete collection of Sword Techniques Foundation for me for 5 spirit stones would have already become a true sword immortal? This woman's name was Dreamy Voice Fairy. Back then, it was because she saw that Enlin's swordsmanship was extremely clumsy, so she sold Enlin a book called Unique Basic Swordsmanship Encyclopedia. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, Enlin was already able to kill the wolf god with a single strike. The world was truly full of vicissitudes and unpredictable changes. Master, God Diviner nodded. Everyone has their own destiny. Instead of being envious of others, why don't you work hard? Who knows, maybe one day you'll be the next heaven-defying person. Meng Yin shrugged. I have no enmity with the heavens, so why would I go against it? You should leave this to White Spirit Snake. Master, God Diviner nodded, and the two of them smiled in response. After packing his belongings, he left the Heaven Lake. Another piece of news was spread in the All the Cultivators of the World Unite to Protect Earth group chat, causing a sensation. In an instant, the group exploded with activity. The Savior, F***CK, fellow Taoist Enlin and his teammates are too awesome, aren't they? They're practically rubbing the experts of various countries together on the ground. Taoist Woodnox, I'm starting to regret not going to the Heaven Lake to witness that battle. Enlightened Lazarite, I was wondering why fellow Taoist Enlin brought so many people with him when he descended into the mortal world. Turns out he's heading for the alternate dimension ruins. Green River Sword Immortal, we also have 2 lucky souls in the group. That's quite surprising. Taoist Red WRM, why not me? Crying Emoji, Atomic Bomb Fairy, who would choose a useless dragon like you? Disdainful Emoji, Cloud Exploring Taoist, +1 Taoist Red WRM. Calm Celestial Maiden, how infuriating. I knew those 2 had a secret, so it was this secret. Dongfang Shui finally recalled Enlin and Tianlingling's abnormal behavior that night, and her heart was instantly crushed. There were still all sorts of discussions going on in the group. At this moment, Enlin had already entered the spatial passageway. He was embarking on a new adventure. Chapter 318. Within a vast expanse of darkness, Enlin felt a soft and warm hand caressing his forehead. His body swayed along with the wooden planks beneath him, and he could hear the rumbling of wheels and the clattering of hooves. This was very strange. A sense of alertness welled up in Enlin's mind, and he immediately opened his eyes as he sat up. Ah! A gentle female scream sounded beside him, and she immediately withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted as she stared intently at Enlin. A tomb keeper? Enlin asked upon seeing the woman in white. What did you say? The woman was still in shock. Enlin came to his senses. He had just spoken in the Tai Chu language, but the woman had spoken in Mandarin. Are you a tomb keeper? Enlin asked again in Mandarin. The woman faltered again upon hearing this. What are you talking about, sir? I'm a doctor. Huh. Enlin blinked in confusion. He looked around to find that he was in a barren desert with an extremely wide field of vision. He could even see eagles soaring in the sky, and the sun hanging high in the sky. He pulled his gaze back to find that he was sitting on an open horse-drawn carriage. There was a herd of extremely majestic horses pulling carts of goods around him, and there were a few dozen people with swords strapped to their waists following them on horseback. Was this a tomb? And Lin? He drew a sharp intake of breath, and his face was deathly pale. "Miss, may I ask where this place is?" "Oh, this is the Flying Cloud Desert," the woman in white replied, and Lin's lips twitched slightly. "Tai Chu Continent." The woman in white's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Lin with a serious expression. "You seem a little strange. Did something happen to you? This world is called the Zhanqi Continent. What is the Tai Chu Continent?" And Lin chuckled as he looked at the woman. Zhanqi Continent? This dream was so realistic. Was this some kind of illusionary realm? It had to be fake. His storage ring flashed, and his evil-slaying sword appeared in his hand. "Since it's a dream, then wake up!" And Lin roared as he slashed his evil-slaying sword down toward his own arm. "Ah, what are you doing?" The white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes widened as she screamed. Then her face was splattered with blood. Hiss! And Lin clenched his teeth as he looked at the bloodstains on his arm. He sucked in a breath of cold air as a sharp pain, as if his bones and flesh were being torn apart, spread throughout his body. Holy shit! Is it not a dream? He looked at his arm in a daze, his brain forgetting to think. "Bai Shuyan, are you all right?" A man rushed over. When he saw the blood on the woman's face, he was about to explode in anger. However, when he saw the bloodstain on Lin's arm, he couldn't help but be stunned. "I'm fine. It's just that this man's emotions don't seem too stable. He was just slashing at himself with his sword," the woman hurriedly explained. "The man? You call this fine? What if this lunatic suddenly slashes at you with a sword?" "Bai Shuyan!" She suddenly felt like she couldn't come up with a retort. Furthermore, it seemed to make a lot of sense. So she turned to look at the man before her, and Lin was also looking at her as he extended his bleeding arm toward her. "I heard you're a doctor. Can you help me with this?" "Bai Shuyan!" The man began to scold him with rage again. "I told you not to rescue a stranger, but you refused to listen. Aren't you just adding to the burden on our caravan? This is a waste of food and medicine. That's enough. If you're really unhappy, just throw me off the caravan as well." Bai Shuyan's expression froze as she cut him off. The man's voice faltered as he stared at Lin with a dark expression. Then he swept his sleeve through the air and walked away with a dark expression. There was only one doctor in this caravan, and that was a rare occupation. If he really left her here, no one would be able to treat the injuries of the caravan if they were attacked by mutant beasts. Furthermore, with that woman's status, he didn't have the guts to do that. That man just then is the caravan leader, Chinmeng. He's a very annoying talker, so don't take it to heart. Bai Shuyan washed her face with clean water to wash away the blood stains on her face, upon which her exquisite features were revealed again. Then she cleaned the wound on Lin's arm and applied some ointment before wrapping it up gently. And Lin was expressionless as he looked around at his surroundings with a blank expression on his face. He pulled out his voice transmission talisman to try again, only to find that there was no connection. He pulled out his phone, but there was no signal. During this period of time, Bai Shuyan had been very diligent in her treatment. After wrapping up the wound, she gently laid her hands over Lin's wound, upon which a white light began to shimmer, and Lin's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a strange power. "What is this white light?" he asked in surprise. "This is battle chi. My battle chi is a healing type. Have you lost your memory? How could you not know this?" Bai Shuyan stared at Lin with curiosity on her face, not understanding why he would ask a question that even a 3-year-old would know. The Zhanqi continent has battle chi? Does that mean there are warrior, battle master, battle grandmaster, battle spirit, battle king, battle emperor, battle grandmaster, battle venerable, battle sage, and battle god? And Lin chuckled coldly. It was unclear whether he was laughing at himself or laughing at the world. How did you get so many ranks? Aren't there only battle master, battle spirit, battle monarch, battle emperor, battle sage, and battle god? Bai Shuyan was astonished, and Lin's lips twitched. He was going to go to the Shouyang tomb. So why the F***CK did he end up transmigrating to the Zhanqi continent? He was going to lose his mind. So, be it if he was a useless transmigrator, but he was a man who was on the path of hacking. Why did he have to go to the Zhanqi continent now? Wasn't this just torturing him? It had to be said that Lin was already on the brink of a mental breakdown. He couldn't accept his fate, nor did he want to. He still had friends, family, and many things that he couldn't give up. Rumble! At this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremor. Mutant beasts are coming. Everyone be careful! Qinmeng yelled. Dozens of people pulled out the long swords at their waists and looked at the movement on the high slope with solemn expressions. All of a sudden, a dozen or so huge brown wolves appeared on the hill. These wolves were all over 10 feet in size, and there was a dangerous aura in their eyes. Crap! These are desert wolf kings. Each of them possesses battle spirit stage power. Bai Shuyan's features were deathly pale with panic etched on her face, and Lin looked at the wolves with a shocked expression. Battle spirit stage? Are they very powerful? Bai Shuyan seemed to have gotten used to Lin's ignorance by now, and she explained, Only Qinmeng and I are battle spirit stage in our caravan. Everyone else is a battle master. My battle chi is more of a regenerative type, so I can only take on one desert wolf king at most. So you're all screwed. And Lin nodded with a cold expression. Bai Shuyan flared up with rage. What do you mean by that expression? If we die, you're going to die too. Can't you be a little more serious? You really saved an ingrate. Don't worry, big sister. I'm a man who's going to destroy the heavens. It's just a dozen desert wolf kings. I can destroy them with a flick of my finger, and Lin said with a serious expression. Bai Shuyan's lips twitched as she thought to herself that she had saved an insane person. She ignored Lin and ran over to Qinmeng's side to face off against the desert wolf kings with a few dozen caravan members, hoping to force them away. However, the desert wolf kings became even more excited. The dozen or so desert wolf kings charged toward the caravan with bloodthirsty auras, bearing their sharp fangs. All of the caravan members trembled uncontrollably with fear, and even Qinmeng and Bai Shuyan's faces had turned deathly pale. However, they had no choice but to fight. If they chose to run under these circumstances, they would undoubtedly die. Whoosh! A dazzling sword intent flashed through the air with earth-shattering power, pulverizing the dozen or so desert wolf kings. Boom! The monstrous power continued onward, and even the rocky slope was sliced in half, as if an entire section of the earth had been sliced in half. Everyone was rooted to the spot as they stared in shock at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Bai Shuyan seemed to have sensed something, and she turned around to look behind her. All of the other caravan members, including Qinmeng, also turned to look behind them with wide eyes. A strangely dressed man was putting his long sword away into his storage ring with a nonchalant expression. Done. Chapter 319. Did he do it? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Qinmeng swallowed nervously. He was just thinking about throwing Lin off the carriage a while ago, but now that he thought about it, he was about to go crazy. If he had known that Lin was this powerful, he would never have dared to do that. It took a long time for everyone in the caravan to accept the fact that Lin was a powerful cultivator. From then on, their attitudes toward him underwent a complete 180-degree turnaround, as everyone became extremely respectful toward him. Delicious food and drinks were all delivered to the caravan. These items were extremely important to the caravan, but they were still delivered to them as if they didn't cost anything. The leader of the caravan, Qinmeng, also made his way over to Lin and bowed in apology. and Lin had never taken offense to their attitude. So he waved his hand dismissively to dismiss them. Bai Shuyan made her way over to Lin's side. There were countless questions she wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to ask them. "Tell me about your world. I need to reconstruct my worldview." "You're right, I'm an alien," and Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. "Bai Shuyan," she sighed with emotion. As expected of a powerful cultivator, even his words and actions were so unique. After calming herself down, Bai Shuyan introduced the Zhan Qi continent to Lin. They were currently in the Flying Cloud Desert, which was part of the Flying Cloud Nation. There were 3 empires for divine flames and 5 divine weapons on the Zhan Qi continent. The Flying Cloud Nation was a vassal state of the Ao Xan Empire, and each of these empires had a battle god who ruled over all nations. This caravan was transporting goods to the capital of the Flying Cloud Nation, Luoyun City. And Lin listened to Bai Shuyan's description and asked with a curious expression, "Then, in your eyes, what level of powerful cultivator do you think I am on the Zhan Qi continent?" Bai Shuyan's face paled upon hearing this, and she hurriedly replied, "Senior, your combat prowess is unfathomable. I don't dare to make assumptions." On the Zhan Qi continent, martial prowess reigned supreme, and it was extremely disrespectful to judge a cultivator's strength without permission. She respected Lin from the bottom of her heart, so she naturally didn't dare to speak carelessly. "Then, do you think the battle monarch was able to use that sword attack of mine?" And Lin changed the way he asked. Bai Shuyan faltered slightly upon hearing this, and she paused momentarily before replying, "I'm not very knowledgeable, but I've witnessed battles between battle kings. But I've never seen a battle king unleash such an astonishing attack." And Lin nodded. That slash just now was just a casual wave of his hand. This meant that he was at least at the level of a combat emperor. Combat masters, combat spirits, combat monarchs, combat emperors, combat sages, and combat emperors. It was said that the strongest cultivator in the Flying Cloud Nation was only a combat emperor, while combat sages were the strongest cultivators in the entire continent. Combat emperors stood at the top of the pyramid, and there were only 3 of them in the entire continent. No one knew how strong they were. A conflicted expression appeared on Bai Shuyan's face for a long while before she continued. "Senior Lin, the power you used, I just feel like it's a little unfamiliar." "It's not battle chi?" And Lin asked with a hint of a smile on his face. "That's right." Bai Shuyan nodded nervously. Seeing Lin didn't seem to mind this topic, she continued, "We cultivators of battle chi can always sense the surging of battle chi. However, I could only sense a vast amount of energy from your sword attack, but I couldn't sense any fluctuations of battle chi." And Lin smiled. "Don't think too much about that." Bai Shuyan nodded obediently and didn't bring up this topic again. And Lin was starting to understand. Battle chi was a type of energy that was unique to this continent, while the vital energy he used seemed to be a type of energy that was omnipresent in the entire universe. He didn't know if there was a difference in power between these 2 types of energy, but battle chi could allow living beings to evolve and advance to a higher level of life. So this type of energy was not to be underestimated. A day later, they arrived at Luoyun City, and Lin was momentarily dazed as he looked at the majestic city and the bustling crowds. He had actually transmigrated after all. "Senior Lin, I'll be taking my leave now. If you need anything, you can come to the Bai Palace to find me." Bai Shuyan bowed slightly and bade farewell to Lin, and Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "I need something right now. Do you know where I can buy a map? The more detailed, the better." A vibrant smile appeared on Bai Shuyan's face. "Then please come to the Bai Palace. There's a map of the entire continent there, but only the area within the Ao Xan Empire has a more detailed map." And Lin nodded and followed Bai Shuyan to the Bai Palace. Bai Shuyan was the daughter of a general of the Bai Palace. Her status in the Bai Palace wasn't too high, so she had the right to take Lin to the library. Within the library, Lin browsed through the world map of the Zhan Qi continent. from the distribution of countries to the distribution of mountains and rivers. The Ao-Xan Empire, the Snake Spirit Empire, and the Beihang Empire were the three most powerful empires on the continent. The Flying Cloud Nation was only a subsidiary nation of the Ao-Xan Empire and was considered a medium-sized nation. The four most famous divine flames and 5 divine weapons of the continent were all located in the ancient Barren Realm. Apparently, battle god Su Ming of the Ao-Xan Empire had obtained a divine weapon in the ancient Barren Realm, while battle god Ziyang of the Beihang Empire had obtained a type of divine flame. And Lin was quite interested in these divine weapons and divine flames. Men always pursued some bad *SS things in order to display their worth. For example, they wanted to ride the fiercest horses, drink the strongest alcohol, eat the most spicy dishes, and sleep with the most beautiful women. All right, I'll go to the ancient Barren Realm. After making up his mind, a middle-aged man with a long beard walked into the room and made his way toward Bai Shuyan. Little Yen, you're finally back. It hasn't been very peaceful lately, so you should stay in the manor and don't go out to gather herbs. The man's voice was calm and gentle, but it was tinged with an authoritative tone. Father, why are you suddenly bringing this up? I'm a doctor. Bai Shuyan was a little panicked. The most important thing in their profession was training. There was no room for improvement if they stayed in the manor. The man shook his head. It's not that I don't want you to go. Do you know what happened to the Zhou nation? What happened to the Zhou nation? Bai Shuyan's expression faltered. The man replied with a solemn expression. The ruler of the Zhou nation was killed. Apparently, he was lusting after a woman's beauty and tried to force himself on her, only to be slain on the spot by that woman. The ensuing battle resulted in countless deaths and injuries in the imperial palace. The Zhou nation has fallen into complete chaos, and our empire has also been affected by it. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Wasn't the Zhou nation a neighbor of the Flying Cloud Nation? They were about as powerful as the Flying Cloud Nation, and their ruler was also a battle emperor stage powerful being. From the looks of it, that woman was quite powerful. He was taking pleasure in her misfortune. It was said that beautiful women were the source of trouble. This ruler had really gotten himself into trouble and had even lost his life. How is that woman so powerful? Who is she? Bai Shuyan's expression was filled with shock and curiosity. She was extremely curious about the woman's identity. The man's brows furrowed slightly as he shook his head. That's quite strange. That woman doesn't belong to any of the powerful beings that we know of. Her weapon of choice is an extremely terrifying blue full moon. She's a very mysterious person, and I've heard some information about her. It seems like she's also speaking an unfamiliar language. In any case, Little Yen, don't go out there. We'll talk about it after this incident blows over. The man's words exploded in Lin's mind. Blue full moon? An unfamiliar language? A thought surfaced in his mind, and he began to tremble with excitement.